Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I always laugh when we come out of when Buck Cherry Crazy Bitch is the last song before the show. I always laugh because I think of like viral videos where women are walking down the aisle to that song. I just love it.
It's so great.
What a great, like, in that context, it's a great redneck anthem. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Hi. Hello. Well, my name's Alan Cox. They just said it, but I'll say it again. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share on Cold One with the Boys.
Mary Santora is out. She will join us Monday and Tuesday from Nashville. Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
We'll get to Poundcake's weigh-in a little bit later on in the show. JB Smoove is calling in later on as well. Love JB Smoove.
He's at the Agora on Saturday, right?
He is. Physical therapy tour. It's been a minute since he's been on the show. So we'll chat with him. We'll get to some calls. We'll get to some messages off the app. I'll get to Terry the Goat's Week 11 picks. She picked Thursday Night Football, Monday Night Football, and the Browns game that's going to allegedly happen in Buffalo on Sunday. Oh, by the way, and don't sleep on the fact that Tiny Poundcake, I put him in the tree. So the Christmas tree, Tiny Poundcake is...
I see him.
Yeah.
How did I miss that? He's just stuck up there.
Because he's...
He looks great up there.
Yeah, I wasn't going to be able to get him on top in place of the star, so I just had him kind of, it's like he's carrying an ornament under his arm as though he's going to a Friendsgiving or something. If you want to join us, you can get us on the phone, 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007, 35192 to send me a text. You might have seen already what happened this morning right outside the window of our showcase studio here. It finally happened.
Perks of working downtown.
Perks of being in the right place at the right time. But, so let me set the table here. I put it at my Instagram. It's at the Alan Cox Show Facebook page. It's on I put it everywhere. So I'm sitting in here. This probably happened maybe around 11 this morning. And I'm sitting in here, and there's people walking by all the time. It's not a big deal. The snow had just stopped. It had been lightly snowing down here, and the sun was kind of starting to peek out a little bit, but it's still very cold. And so there's all kinds of people walking by. And there are two guys who I don't even know if they knew each other. And it wouldn't have even caught my eye until the one guy started very wildly gesticulating towards the other guy. It's very cinematic in how this broke out. So I'm sitting here, and out of my periphery, I see there's like a big, I'll show you the video if you're watching the live stream and you haven't seen it. There's a big, tall, white guy, tiny black dude. And again, I don't know if they know each other because I couldn't hear through this window. Soundproof. For the most part. Towards the end of the video, you'll hear the squad cars got there in 2 seconds flat. But, and so the little black guy walks by first, and the big tall dude is walking maybe 10 feet behind him, and he's carrying a case of Labatt Blue. And he's calling ahead to the other guy. Somebody told me later on that he was accusing the guy of smoking crack. I don't know any of that. Don't know any of that. But what caught my eye is when the big dude stops walking, stands, points at the guy, and starts screaming. So then my ears perk up, and I go, oh. And I got my phone ready, and I switch it to video.
And at no point they looked back at you and was like, hey, this guy's filming us.
No, I don't think that happens. Because really, when you're walking by our studio here, there is, because it's multi-paned glass, there is a certain amount of reflection. So you kind of have to really look in here to see what's going on. You can walk by and see, but I don't think anybody who's out, and again, they're not paying attention to me. I'm paying attention to them. And the dude in front comes back into the frame of the window, charges the big dude with the beer, and then I go, whoa, and I start filming, and I got a little bit of it. I didn't get the blood later on. The car in the background of this ends up with blood all over the hood of the car.
Oh, how pissed would you be if you came out and were like, my car!
That's what I was saying, because when I was done filming this, I run when it looks like you'll see them fall between cars onto the street here.
And then that one leg just kind of popped back in the frame.
Yeah, but then I run out of the studio and I go, there's a fight. And by that time, everybody's kind of seen something and glommed on. And I go to the next room. And then a bunch of cops show up. And a bunch of them were like in their dress blues, like they had come from a cop funeral or something. I don't know. And then a squad car pulls up. But then they get up, and it was all kind of a blur at that point. But at one point, I noticed that there was a lot of blood on the hood of this car.
Ooh.
And I was like, imagine later on if, because by the time this all got cleaned up, somebody told me like one of the cops pulled out like, I don't know if he carries a bum fight blood rag with him or what, but he like is wiping those. So by the time the person got back to their car, there would have been no sign that anything like that had happened. If you're watching the live stream, I'll play the video here that I took and posted this morning. There's really no sound.
Yeah.
Just from in here in the studio. How do I make this bigger? Can I full screen on Instagram? I guess I could maybe see and wait for his foot to come back out there. Underneath. And so there they go. So he drops the whole case of Labatt. Somebody called it assault and Labattery. That's pretty. A lot of good comments from people, by the way. Yeah. Pants said Labatt black and blue. And so I run into the other. So it's like kind of the money shot is right there where they're going at it. But the little guy, man, he just takes this guy down.
Yeah, he just rips
knows
him
what
down.
He's doing. Yeah. So I was like, finally, what I was promised when we came downtown has finally happened. Because what were we always saying when we were back at Oak Tree? Oh, people putting their balls in the window all the time. It has been, again, I'm not inviting anyone to do that, but just by virtue of being down here, I thought there would be a lot more of this. And so, and they got the people who walk up and down the street here from the downtown Cleveland Alliance, where they're kind of keeping the sidewalk clean. There's a guy just hanging back like, I'm going to have to clean this up too. But when all was said and done, I don't even know if they hauled anybody off. The big guy, I saw him talking to somebody else, and he was trying to retrieve the remnants of his case of beer and putting them back in. And about 20 minutes later, he trudged eastward down Euclid with whatever was left of his case of Labatt. But, boy, that was fun to watch. And then, so I have to imagine the person who comes back and finds, not because for all the fighting these guys did, neither of the cars that they fell between got any damage to them. So they fell between like a Ford, something that's still there, and then like a VW Jetta that ended up with blood in its hood.
I wonder where they got that VW.
Probably classic of VW. I don't know. But I'll tell you what, if you don't think I'm going to work that into my commercial a little bit later on, you are...
Can't wait to hear it.
Hells yes.
Be so great.
At German Engineering, boy, it can withstand anything out there on the mean streets of the CLE. So
that was another one of the comments.
What's that?
Was the with stain comment.
Yeah.
That was
with stain on the brain?
By...
shall remain?
Raj, my buddy that just had to go back to India.
Deported?
Yeah, he likes making fun of Poundcake's lack of English skills when English is his second language.
It's still fresh to him,
but
okay?
But it's also less a lack and more an unnecessary addition.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's fascinating. Anywho, a video there, you can see it at our Facebook page or at my Instagram or TikTok or whatever. This is just a little bit of fun on a Thursday morning.
When we got that, I was very excited when that came in.
Sent it to the group chat first.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
It's a fun little scuffle.
That's right. Honey, I swear to God, I got AIDS from the hood of my car. I don't know. I'm telling you, I swear to God, I don't know how. Let me take a break here. Next chance for you to grab some money, by the way. 2:30, I'll have another keyword for you to go fund yourself. So listen for those because you get a bunch of them today to grab $1,000. 35192 on a text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free This is the best time of the year when the leaves are falling, and so is your IQ. Because you're listening to the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7
WMMS.
I'll have another $1,000 for you here in a few minutes. Listen for that next keyword to go fund yourself. You'll hear it about 7 minutes, and then about 30 past every hour, I will have one of those for you. Last few days to get in on that. So if you have so far ended up empty-handed, hopefully you'll grab one of these chances here coming up. Cavaliers lose last night.
Oh.
Kind of lost big.
Yeah.
To the Milwaukee Bucks. I think that's their fourth or fifth loss in a row. 113-98 was the final there in Milwaukee. Milwaukee's a great team. It would have been nice to see them get beat by the Cavaliers, but that's not what happened. Head coach RQ Stinky Pinky says that these guys are playing fat cat basketball. He thinks that a group of young guys like the Cavaliers might have slightly gotten their heads inflated when they were on an 8-game win streak, and that they got to get their head in the current game, which has them losing. Tomorrow night, they'll still be at home. They're at home for a few days. Going to play the Hornets tomorrow night at 7:30 here on MMS. Hornets have LaMelo Ball.
Yeah,
I think he's out, though.
Yeah.
So, Cavs, Hornets of Charlotte, tomorrow night, 7:30 on WMMS and the iHeartRadio app. So, 7 o'clock is when your Cavs Live pregame will begin.
I wonder if they'll wear their CLT jerseys tomorrow.
The City Edition ones? Well, yeah, I imagine they probably will. Not everybody's got their mind in the gutter over the CLT jerseys. Speaking of Milwaukee, boy, there are, and you know this if you are a renter, I was a renter most of my adult life. There are different rules, really, legally, for the renters and the landlords. Right? Tenants are really always on the hook for a lot of things that the landlords and landladies should be on the hook for. There's a family in Milwaukee who got their story on the local news. Unfortunately, this is how you have to get things moving these days, is you call the news. You don't call your alderman or call your representative or whatever. They had such bad moisture problems in their apartment that the carpet was growing mushrooms in their house. I said...
I heard it was dramatic effect.
Growing mushrooms here.
On Tuesday, 12 News shined a light on two things that don't care for it: bad behavior and mushrooms.
She kept saying, "Mama, my socks is wet."
Tenant Renisha Jackson discovered the problem this fall when her young daughter was playing behind the couch.
And I'm like, "Why are your socks wet?" I go back there, and it was a mushroom.
A moisture
Look
problem.
at that floor. Look at that. It's holy cow.
Ugh. Are you showing this on the live
That's an
stream?
apartment that was, behind the couch.
Problem is so severe.
Her foot is just stepping down into the carpet and it's all wet. Like somebody poured a bucket of water on the carpet.
That's so gross.
And mushrooms growing out of the carpet.
Are growing in the carpeting. After trying for weeks to get help from her landlord at the Lindsay Commons Apartments, she reached out to us. The morning after the story aired, the city building inspector was out taking a look.
See how something's growing there? Sort of there's moisture there. Then I touched the wall, and it's kind of wet.
The inspector saw...
It's amazing how much landlords get away with. It is amazing how much they get away with.
These aren't little mushrooms either.
No, they're huge.
They're getting big.
Mushrooms do grow fast.
Right.
However, these are like shin-high mushrooms coming out of the carpet.
The mushrooms growing in the basement ceiling, too. Telling Renisha's mom the water appeared to be coming from next door.
This dude's toupee.
Huh? You think a building inspector wears a rug?
I think it.
Really?
That, or it's a very bad haircut.
Because you can tell people like, hey, like, is that kind of a flex? I'm a building inspector. Let me inspect your building. Along those lines?
A leak in the neighbor's yard, or the neighbor's property that's causing the growth.
Could just be a bad haircut, but it's not.
We would address that and have that whole area replaced.
And he confirmed what 12 News found Tuesday, that the neighbor's bathtub was broken and leaking water under the wall. That tenant, too, said the landlord had ignored multiple requests for repair.
They should be
After
getting...
the building...
Yeah, because the landlords are just like, rent every month. When any money has to go back into... because, again, these are like these are practically like Section 8 apartments, you know. These are not for affluent people.
Ugh.
So gross, though.
But how do you?
But
okay.
you had that's what sucks. You got to call the local news,
right,
and then put it on television to get your landlord, to whom you pay money every month.
I would say, but you don't
to do
smell
something.
that. But how did you not make a complaint? Forget the landlord. Like, of course he's not going to want to do it. But complain to the city. Why do you have to go on the news?
But you've lived because they complained to the landlord, and city government moves so slowly. Like, you know, listen, we've all lived in rentals before, and if you live in a multi-unit rental, there's a pretty good everything smell. There are 4 million smells if you live in an apartment building. The neighbors cooking whatever they're cooking, and you know, I don't know why they didn't smell that.
I had to call my mom the other day because I was like, Mom, what does gas smell like? And she's like, rotten eggs, why? I was like, oh, okay, never mind. I smell something burning. And she's like, oh,
Mom,
okay.
what does carbon monoxide smell like?
And then she was like, wait, you smell something burning? And I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. Now that is probably a problem, huh? And then so I was checking around in the apartment, and then we knocked on the girl who lives underneath us, her apartment. And she was like, oh, I'm doing a diagnostic. I'm doing a self-clean on my stove that I just got. So it's going to be stinky for a little bit.
Self-cleaning oven, spraying it full of.
I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I was like, we're about to be blown up.
What does gas smell like? You've never smelled gas before.
I had never.
He kicks everybody out of his car that farts. He's not around it. He doesn't leave them around long enough to smell it.
You know, kicking your brother out of your car for farting is that could kill you. Keep him in there.
No.
Oh.
No.
All right.
He's still banned. I don't care.
Still banned from your car.
He's still banned from my car. I'm so proud of it, though. The little engine that could made it all the way over there to see him, so that's good.
Yeah. Your car is the little engine that could?
Yeah. I was telling Bill after
the show yesterday, he thought it was, you tell it. You're ridiculous.
Well, yeah, Bill came in here. He was complaining on the show about how I drive so slow. But then I was like, oh, my gosh, we're supposed to get a bunch of snow tonight. And so this was yesterday after leaving the show. So I was like, I got to get home quick before, the snow
On the
flies.
east side, they were going to get a bunch of snow.
I didn't know that. I thought it was here.
Where do we always get snow for the most part in Cleveland? Where do they always get really dangerous snow?
Yeah,
East side.
Yeah, Willowick, Willoughby,
We don't live over there.
But just because it's a snow belt doesn't mean they're going to get all the snow. I thought we were going to get something.
Right.
So I was like,
You wanted to
prepared.
get home before the snow started.
Yeah, because I was like.
But you drive the speed limit. It's the people going 90 on the highway that get into trouble. You're going to be fine.
But I didn't know.
Also, it's not snowing, so you don't have to run out. Like if it had already started snowing, then I could see the concern. But it wasn't snowing, and using any app that has the weather on it, you can find out when and where it's going to snow.
My app yesterday said that it was going to start snowing around 7 o'clock. And I was like, I get home around 6:45, 6:50. So I'm like, all right, let me just go before I see a snowflake. And then,
You were trying to get home before you saw even one snowflake.
yeah, if I could, if I could avoid the snow,
All
why
right.
wouldn't I?
Well, I'll tell you what. I drove past CSU last night. A lot of snowflakes over there.
Oh,
Because,
take that.
the kids.
Take that.
I've
You
got
dumb kids.
to give you some money here. It's $1,000, a chance for you to go fund yourself. Listen up. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword BANK at WMMS.com. That's BANK. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Alan, I also heard a chirp in that video, which means their smoke carbon monoxide detector battery is dying. Well, yeah, that might be the least of their problems. I mean,
that's one of those things that as soon as that chirp happens, I am on that. I don't care if it's 3 a.m. I'm changing that battery. If I have to go to CVS and get a battery, I'm doing it. I'm getting that. I'm stopping that
Why?
chirping.
Because it's annoying?
Because it's so annoying.
Yeah.
And then you hear about how Jeffrey, I think, on the morning show had it was chirping like that for 9 years or something. Something insane.
It lasts that long? Why? If the battery's dying, why would it continue to chirp?
I don't know, but it was chirping for years. Years.
It's just been like
Well, because
that.
those things don't take up a lot of battery. They don't use a lot of power. They don't draw a lot of power, obviously. So they can chirp for a long time.
See, I don't know what's a
because
car.
they want to give you plenty of time to, it's like when your car is close to E, you can still drive for a long time. And I think a lot of those detectors, the detectors I have in my house, I check them on an app. So the app tells me if I got to change something.
See, we have that going on. We had the little chirp, but I don't know all of our apartment's not that big, and we have like multiple in there. So I don't know which one is which. So I'm like, damn it. I went to the living room. Don't think it's that one. Went into the kitchen. Don't think it's that one. And then there's
that's why it's annoying because you have to go to each one and then stand there.
I think it's the one in the hallway. And
it's not that hard to figure out. I can never figure out why people have a hard time with the whole detector thing. It's like you stand there until you hear it chirp. If you don't hear it chirp, you go to another one.
I don't like.
Did you figure out which one it was? I don't like figuring out which one is running out of a battery that could save my life.
It's the hallway.
It's annoying. Did you change the battery?
No, I'm changing it today. I heard it this morning.
Well, that's the other thing too. Is nobody's got 9-volt batteries lying around.
I know they're
right.
they're
You
the
have to
awkward ones.
you have to specifically go buy a 9-volt battery. You can always leave us messages, by the way, anytime you like. You can do it on the app. You can also still use the Alan Cox Show after hours line. You want to leave voicemail. It is 216-986-8903.
Alan, you're such an idiot. I mean, all you do is speak with utter confidence about everything, but you don't have any actual knowledge or never cite a source or a reference to validate any of these claims. A body will liquefy in a month after death? How dumb can you be? A month. You think a body's going to turn to liquid in a month? Have you ever walked in the woods and found a dead deer carcass? It's not a puddle. It's a freaking rotting animal. Get a clue. Shut up.
You're talking about the skin. You're talking about the inside.
Why do the dimwits in this audience get mad at me when I know something? Why did they get so upset? People don't listen to what I'm saying. They hear a couple syllables, get a stick up their ass. Your organs liquefy first, dummy. I didn't say you turn into a puddle. I said, barring any embalming, your body breaks down pretty fast. Go look inside the deer carcass you're talking about. You're not going to find much in the way of intact innards. I said, in about a month, your body will start to liquefy, which is exactly what happens. Your organs are all like, there's a lot of water in your organs, right? And when you die and all the processes in your body stop, all those enzymes start to break those cells down. They start to liquefy the organs in about a month, yeah.
24
Try to follow along when I'm talking.
24 to 72 hours after death, the internal organs decompose. 3 to 5 days after death, the body starts to bloat and blood-containing foam leaks from the mouth and nose.
I read all this yesterday. Yes. I mean, it's not...
8 to 10 days after death, the body turns from green to red as the blood decomposes and the organs in the abdomen accumulate gas.
I have a friend who is a mortician back at home, and I learned a lot of those things from him. Why do people get so mad when I know something? There's a lot of things I don't know. People get me hip to stuff all the time in this audience, and I'm very appreciative when they do. I don't know why people get so mad at me when I know something. Maybe that dude's having a bad day. I don't know. What's more,
he sounded
don't
burpy.
care. What's that?
He sounded very burpy.
Burpy?
Like towards the end of the call, he's like...
Oh, maybe he was.
Yeah.
Maybe he was mad because he had
anger burps.
Is that a thing? Anger burps?
It seemed like it.
Anger burps.
Anger gas. I don't know.
I get angry when I have hiccups, and I can't get rid of them because they hurt. It's like somebody's punching you in the sternum. I don't care for that. I do not care for that. Alan, why don't you start a segment where you freestyle rap? What?
Now we're talking.
Why would I do that? Perhaps you've heard some of my old work.
I ran to the supermarket late last weekend. I hit the record button on my sound recorder, and I just can't hate this blurting out the words in my head saying boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, listen,
Oh, you cut it off before the.
Oh, you wanted to hear the whole thing.
I mean, it just feels incomplete.
And I just can't hate this blurting out the words in my head saying boom, boom, boom.
That's what I needed.
That's what you wanted. I
needed
left
that.
you with the rap blue balls.
Do you think he says "hold on" or "oh Lord"?
Oh Lord. Alan, smoke detectors on new builds are hardwired. No need for battery. Yes, on new builds, not on these super old apartments. People are telling me they're all wired in. No, they're not. That's why people go and buy smoke detectors. They sell them in a plastic blister pack, and you put a 9-volt battery in, and you stick them on the wall. Most of them are not in a place like this lady's living. This awful place where somebody else pointed out that the landlord probably doesn't even live in the same state, which is a good point. You got all these companies buying up, cheap properties. You hit up your landlord. Who knows where they are? It's not like they got, when Mary was living at Bozo's place, did he live in her building? I think he did. He had a number of properties, but I think his residence was in her building. A lot of times that's not the case. It's either
I don't think
a management company or somebody.
He didn't live in her building.
He didn't?
No.
Oh, I thought that he did.
He was just there all the time.
I see.
Yeah.
Alan, is it possible that Big Smoke Detector is in bed with Big Battery to keep 9-volt batteries alive? Yeah, you try to think about when I was a kid, there were a lot of toys that ran on 9-volt batteries, and then they seemed to kind of fall out of favor. And so everything you'd need AA's or AAA's or whatever. Smoke detectors, they're hanging with the 9-volt batteries. I assume they have a good reason for it. I don't know. You're supposed to change your batteries when daylight saving time starts and ends.
I've never heard that in my life.
Well, you can't say that anymore because I just said it. Alan Anger Burps is at the Agora next week. That's great. JB Smoove is at the Agora this Saturday night. He's going to be calling in later on. So, it all comes together. I've got to take a break. If you want to text 35192 to do that, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch, leave messages if you like, listen on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show. On 100.7 WMMS. The Buzzard cannot save you from the beating your savings and 401k are taking.
Higher prices.
Inflation.
The stock market.
All we can do is give you the chance to win enough money to spend on things to significantly reduce your lifespan. Go fund yourself.
Party, drink.
And win 1,000
insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I went to see these guys last night.
What are they called? The Bully Boys?
The Bullet Boys. This is them covering the OJs. They had a big hit with this. This is 89, 90, I think, around there. A lot of people used to watch The Apprentice. They used the original OJ's version for the theme song. It's actually an anti-greed song, but Trump's so stupid he thought it was, I love money too. I don't even think Bullet Boys are on tour. I think he mentioned that their manager is from Cleveland or something, so maybe they just did a...
Popped in for a show?
Yeah, grog shop thing. Usually these guys will pop up if there's like a radio station doing, like if we did a Big Hair Wednesday festival or something,
Right.
But boy, I was way into the Bullet Boys back in the day. I always thought they were underrated. And they had a huge first album and kind of waned after that, and their front man is the only original member left, but went to go see them last night. I was hanging out with Corey Roddick for a bit because he's the king of a place like that,
Oh, yeah.
Because he's in the community and, everybody you run into has played in a band with Corey Roddick, and, things like that. But, no, it was really good. I like when the bands keep it together and keep it tight, and they still work hard,
What's Corey's band's name?
Speed Rail.
Speed Rail.
Yeah.
Speed Rail.
They've recently had a lineup change, too. No, I'm a big Bullet Boys fan. But I was telling Corey last night, I said that when these guys were first blowing up, because they were hoping they were going to be the next Van Halen. Because the singer had long blonde hair, the other guys were all brunettes. They got Ted Templeman to produce their debut album. He was the wizard behind a lot of the Van Halen albums. And so I think once Sammy had joined up, he was like, well, let's try something new here. But I saw the Bullet Boys open an arena tour for Cheap Trick, and they were awful. Because I don't think they had figured out their stage presence yet in an arena, And Cheap Trick, that's a hometown show. I was in high school. And, you grow up in Chicago, they practically mail you Cheap Trick albums. But, a good show last night. I don't usually go out on school nights. But like I said, these guys aren't touring very often, and I didn't even know they were coming until the day before, until I got the Grog Shop email. So, if you missed them last night, if you even know who they are, a lot of people don't know who they are. We'll still play Smooth Up every once in a while on Stansbury playing for Big Hair Wednesday. That was like their big hit. But I do love crowds, the fans that come out for 80s rock bands. Because half of them are living in the modern era. And the other half really, really want it to be 1987 again.
Yeah.
And so it's a fun mix of people, as it were. But it was a really, really good show last night. Didn't stay for the whole thing because...
School night.
I got to get my beauty sleep.
Did you get some sleep? Because I know you hadn't sleep the night before.
I slept on the couch because by that time everybody's asleep. So, yeah, it was okay.
So you won't just go get in your own bed?
Well, my daughter was in bed with Gwen. She likes to snuggle up with her if I'm not there. So she takes advantage of my absence. So
she's like, go out on weeknights more, Daddy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
If I was out multiple nights during the week, it would probably be a week and a half before my daughter was like, hey, Dad's been gone a lot, because the sun rises and sets on my wife, which is as it should be. I show up at night, give her a bath, put her to bed. Take her to school in the morning. That's my role. On a normal day, a given day, it's that. So I always feel a little guilty when I say, hey, there's a show I want to go see. And Gwen's always like, yeah, go ahead. but I always feel a little guilty. I would be going to more shows if I weren't concerned about what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. Nevertheless, if you were there last night, it was a lot of fun. It was a great show. Met some people. People came up and said hi. So hello. But no, I always appreciate when these guys who had their moment 30 years ago are still working hard, still know how to play really, really well, still look like they're 23, right? They didn't get fat. That's a rock star.
It's not a rock star. I love a fat rock star. It's the best.
Well, but the Bullet Boys are still a band. Like I said, the front man is still the only original member, and he is the guy that's been trying to keep it together. They have had 24 people circulate through that band over 30 years, but it's still his thing. So if you're a super successful classic rock band, if you're Skinnerd, if you're Foreigner, if you're one of these bands that goes and tours and does sheds and arenas still, you can get fat. If you're trying to do kind of a groove, greasy rock thing still, you have to give off that vibe, and you can't do that with a gut. There's a lot of, you still got to have the hair, whether it's real or not. I think there are a lot of dudes in those bands that have been around a long, long time. They're like, I'm not wearing a wig. They go, okay. So you can have the long hair, but it's a little thinner than it used to be. So when some of these dudes are wearing wigs, great example of that is a guy named Kevin Dubrow, who has since passed on, but he was the original singer for Quiet Riot. And when they blew up, he had a terrible hairline. His hair in front was thinning. Go back and Google Quiet Riot, like 1983. And then later on down the road, he started wearing a wig. He looked like Louis XIV, for Christ's sake.
But I just don't
And you were like, why not? Because after a while, people go, oh, he looks different. They'll assume you're a rich rock star and you just got plugs rather than you're putting a wig on every night. Who cares?
And that's what I'm saying.
It's all fantasy. Wear a wig.
I don't understand why you have to go bald as a rich person. Poor people go bald because they don't have any other option. You could get hair plugs. You can get, I don't know if hair plugs is the same as like grabbing the hair from the back of your head and then putting it where you need it.
Yeah, but if you don't have that works if you have patches. If you have full bald head, there's nothing you can do, or else Jeff Bezos would have hair. If there was something that he could do, he would do it.
Well, but he shaved his head. He was getting, like, Elon Musk got plugs. Jeremy Piven got plugs, no matter how much he denies it. Those guys got plugs. I think Bezos was like, you know what? I'm going to shave my head and do the supervillain thing.
Yeah, but he's shaving his head because he's got that full male pattern baldness.
Right. But at what
going.
point can it not be saved with plugs? Like, how much hair do you need? Because I feel like they take just like a little bit of the hair and then they plant seeds and then those hair follicles grow into more hair. It's not like they have to spread out what little hair you have and make it look like you have.
But again, that's only if you're balding.
Like if your follicles are closed up.
If it's too far gone, there's nothing you can do. Or else, I mean, there's a lot of people that have a lot of money that are bald, and if they had a simple solution for it, even if it wasn't simple, Jeff Bezos has $100 billion.
Bottomless wealth.
An ego thing. I thought it was more so just ego. Like, I'm not going to wear a toupee. I'm not going to use plugs or whatever. I thought that's what it was. I didn't think that, because like my hair is like receding, but I still got so much there like to cover it up. But after that goes, like I always said, oh, well, one day I'll make enough money to where I can just do stuff vanity-wise to my hair. And now you're just kind of disrupting my narrative, and I'm upset.
Disrupting his narrative.
You disrupted it because I was like, oh, one day I'll just make enough money. I'm like, who cares? Like, I'll just plant more hair. I'll buy so much hair. I'll steal off a person that's like growing it to give to like some patient. I'm like, can I have that? I'll pay you for it. That's what I thought.
I kind of came to Poundcake's defense this morning, by the way. There's a brand new Poundcake podcast at alancoxshow.com where he talks about the crown. It's called Don't Frown While Wearing a Crown. And a friend of yours called you out to me for a certain segment of your podcast, talking about Princess Diana.
Okay. And Diana was essentially alone for the next 2 or 3 years of her life because of that interview. That's essentially what amputated her and blackballed her from the royal family.
An email from Fancy.
Okay.
He goes, amputated? Come on, man. And I go, it's a weird choice, but he's technically not wrong.
I didn't come up with that term. I heard that because
What, are you doing other people's bits?
No, I watched a bunch of watching The Crown literally put me in. Once you watch that, Netflix suggests other documentaries. So I was watching another documentary on
amputation.
No, on Princess Diana, and there was a guy that was talking about. I don't know if he was a royal family philosopher, but he used that term. He said they would amputate.
Was he British?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. That's why I said you're not wrong. It is an for him or you. It is an wait. So you used it because that guy used it?
Yeah, I liked it.
Well, Poundcake.
Well, now I wonder how much of all your podcasts are yours.
No, that word was.
No, again, you're not wrong.
You just learning words and new ways to use them. It's just like when
I'm saying you better keep your eye on Fancy.
Yeah. He's gunning for your podcast.
Let him have the podcast. He can make his own podcast. What do you need me for?
Yeah, right. My dog is a podcast.
It's not that good, by the way.
Well. All right, you like chew toys. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Queen wanted to amputate Diana from the royal family, and that was a term that he used. I was like, that's a very good way to describe that.
I mean, it's very descriptive. It paints a picture.
Cut her off from the family.
Yeah. Excise. Right. Hey, by the way, we're so focused here on Northeast Ohio that we often, at least I do, give no thought at all to Northwest Ohio. Because why would I? I'm never out that way. You might have seen the story, though. The people who live out that way are now looking out for minks. Thousands, tens of thousands of minks were released from their cages at a mink farm. And so they're trying to tell people, hey, because minks are super cute, but I think they're super mean. They said that tens of thousands of minks, after vandals destroyed fencing, these were probably animal rights people. If you're running any kind of farm, man, you got to constantly be on the lookout for animal rights people. I mean, if you're running like a mink farm, you're going to turn those sons of bitches into coats and gloves, right? Nobody's eating mink. It's not food.
It's for the fur.
Lion Farms Mink Farm in Hoagland Township said that some of the employees were able to capture some of the minks that were loose on the property, but that far more of them got away. And so now they're letting people know in that part of the state. Again, they're not considered dangerous, but minks can be they're meaner than their looks would make you think, because they're so cute. It's like if somebody has a ferret for a pet. They're so cute. Yeah, but ferrets, boy, if you don't keep your eye on them, oof. And minks will eat anything, by the way. So they're basically telling other people in that area who have farms, hey, minks will eat rabbits and mice and frogs and fish and, anything you put in front of it. They're carnivorous. And so be on the lookout. And this is how badass minks are. Pretty regularly, they only hunt things bigger than themselves. Think about that. You would think
they mostly are going for prey that's bigger than them? That's a power move.
That's right. I mean, you would think the natural order would tell you that, well, you want to, that's how humans are. Prey on the weak. Why don't you pick on somebody your own size? They tell people.
I don't want to.
Minks will go, hold my beer. So that's what they're dealing with in Northwest Ohio is tens of thousands of escaped minks. And they're like, hey, please don't try to catch them yourself. Because that's a lot out there in Van Wert County. The Animal Liberation Front has released minks before. They released 1,000 of them from a place in Massillon. And so I don't know if they're claiming responsibility for this one, But that's a cool name. The Animal Liberation Front. Michigan, there were a couple of... Huh?
It's Alf.
Willie! Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah, Alf. All right.
Willie, release those mink.
Because I think you can get... I think you could get a virus from a mink. I mean,
is it mink or minks, plural? Is it minks, plural?
I thought it was minks.
Minks? You mean is the word mink singular and plural?
Yeah, that's what I...
Yeah.
I think I'm probably wrong in saying minks. I think mink is probably also plural, but I like minks, and I'm going to stick with that.
Well, when you say minks, it makes me think of like a lady, like
yeah,
a saucy lady.
Thousands of minxes are walking around Northwest Ohio.
Plural is mink or minks, so both are right.
And if you've never seen a hot Van Wert County minx walking around, minks and cougars out that way. Hacha, hacha. So, yeah, there were people in Denmark who were getting COVID from minks, and, so.
My mom lived on a mink farm when she was a kid. And
really?
She said they were the worst. They were so mean.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Terrible.
That's why they're telling people, don't grab them yourself.
Yeah.
There's 275 mink farms in 23 states.
Hands out the mink. Ooh.
Yeah.
Chris has a good idea. Get some of those mink, bring them downtown, take care of all the rats on Public Square.
Hey, get them to eat.
Yeah.
Right. That is a good idea. And then maybe a couple of them won't want to fight. Is a rat bigger than a mink? Because, they want to go after something bigger in itself. What if they breed? They crossbreed. Alan, mink will kill dogs and stack them in a hidden area to come back to. Yeah, minks like fresh kills. They are no joke. Your mom knows that.
Yeah.
She probably walked away from that mink farm with a little bit of her soul taken away as a young woman. So let's get some of these minks down here, take care of the rats, and we'll go from there.
Rat check!
Are minks indigenous to Ohio? I don't know if they're indigenous. I don't know. I know rats are indigenous to Ohio.
Rat check!
Okay. Alan, one of my first jobs was at a mink farm. They are vicious.
Mm-hmm.
They're kept in cages and fed what is basically a slop made from expired foods from grocery stores, all ground up into a paste. So the exact number, I'm not quite sure. They initially said 40,000 mink, but I think somebody said that was not close to.
A little exaggerated there.
Little exaggerated. I mean, that sounds like a World War Z type wave of minks. You think people in that part of the state couldn't open their doors without bumping into a mink. But it certainly rises to the level of an invasion. I don't think you're overstating the point if that's what's happening out there.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
If there was that many. I mean, even if it's just 1,000, that's a lot.
Imagine if you were just driving through that part in the initial wave of the minks being released, and you're on a road and you see a wave of minks and you don't know what they are. You just plow into them. Think all the coats you could, if you had the wherewithal, scoop them up. A bunch of coats. Holidays are coming up. Get a sewing machine. Scoop them out. Make them yourself. I got you guys some DIY. I made you some mink. Made you a mink stole. I got a break. I'll have another $1,000 for you, $330. Next keyword to go fund yourself. So listen for that. We're going to talk to comedian actor J.B. Smoove right around 3:32. He's doing a show at the Agora. The physical therapy tour is going to be there on Saturday night. And I'll have passes for you for Magic of Lights. Want to get to that? It's a carload pass. One ticket for every carload. So we'll do that right after the break. 35192 to text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our
And then we made it completely free. The free iHeartRadio app is the future of audio, and it's available now in your app store. Listen to what you want, when you want, wherever you want to. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all the music, radio, and podcasts you love.
It's time to give stuff away. Oh, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want a carload pass to experience the magic of lights now at the Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds. A dazzling drive-through holiday lights experience, all the latest technology, digital animations. You know it. It's a lot of fun out there. You're in your car, nice and toasty, kind of crawling through that little sparkling path out there. It's favorite holiday tradition in Northeast Ohio. One carload, one price. Pack everybody in. Tickets, info, all that, magicoflights.com. Carload pass here for caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Some things are never meant to be discussed in polite society. Welcome to Impolite Society.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I'm going to talk to J.B. Smooth here in a couple of minutes. He is doing the physical therapy tour. Get him to the Agora on Saturday night. And I'll have another $1,000 for you to win, too, in a few minutes. About 10. So listen for the next keyword to go fund yourself. You get those about 30 past the hour. Last few days to do that, too. I think we're doing it right up to, I think maybe Friday's the last day. I'm not sure if we're doing it beginning of Thanksgiving week. A lot of people telling me out there in Northwest Ohio that there had been so many minks out there. They've been hit on the road. They had to break the snowplows out to remove all the mink bodies on the road. That's what I'm talking about. You get those cow catchers out there, snowplows and stuff, scooping up those minks. Because then you got to turn them back over to you got to take them back to the farm. It's their property, right?
Yeah.
They got released from that farm.
But I'm guessing there's also plenty they're just getting ran over and, yeah.
5-finger discount.
Mm-hmm.
Taking a couple, put them in the trunk. Honey, I got some gloves for you. Or they will be gloves. Future gloves. Hey, Larry.
Yes.
How are you?
Good. I got a mink story for you. About 25 years ago or so, I lived in Avon at the time, and my house was surrounded by probably 30, 40-acre farm field and a couple little ditches running through it. And I had a chow-chow at the time, and got up in the morning, went out to feed her, and lo and behold, one of them crawled up there and got in her pants, and she took care of it.
Got in her pants?
Oh, not down her pants. She killed it.
I thought you said got in her path. Oh, I thought you said got in her pants.
Got in her path.
Yeah.
Got in her path, and then she took care of it. She was a pretty mean little dog.
Oh, your dog killed the mink.
Yep.
Yeah, I was thinking because they say these minks will go after stuff bigger than them. So I wasn't sure if you were telling me that
she killed that thing sometime during the night and then dug a shallow grave and packed it in there, and then I went out to feed her and I was like, what in the heck is that? And I kicked it out of there and I was like, wow.
A shallow grave. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how you get caught, just like people. That's how you get caught, the shallow grave.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Larry. There's Larry out in Avon. Cavaliers lose last night in Milwaukee. It's not a shock, but it's a bummer. 113-98 to the Bucks. Cavs will stay at home for a few days. Play the Hornets tomorrow night, 7:30. I was reading an article this morning about how Isaac Okoro is an offensive nightmare for the Cavaliers right now.
Yeah,
that he is not living up to expectations. I have to admit I haven't been paying very close attention to him. I know they drafted him from Auburn University. I do know that because that's my dad's alma mater. War Eagle. And I've heard the name, of course. You hear Isaac Okoro, but apparently he's not playing well at all.
Yeah, they kind of were using him as a defensive specialist, but he's so atrocious on the offensive side of the ball that it's becoming a huge weakness, and it's just a bummer because the kid works real hard.
Mm-hmm.
He just doesn't have that offensive game.
Yeah. People are saying that they need to seriously have a conversation about trading him.
Yeah. I mean,
so how do you trade a guy when you go, this guy's no good? Because different teams need different things?
Different teams need different things. Sometimes a change of scenery. Sometimes, you get with the right coach or less, situations that have less pressure.
Yeah.
And right now I think he is really in his head about it too. So he can't get out of his own way. He's got the yips kind of.
Okay. So he's turning into a draft bust then.
Yeah. Which is a bummer because he had certain flashes here and there where like, oh, maybe he could turn this around and but he just hasn't really, he can't consistently score. And if you got a guy that can't consistently score in that position, especially, you're not going to get playing time. You're not going to make it.
Okay. Nobody's going to pass you the ball. You'll stand there and go, hey, I'm open. Hey, back here. Hey, I'm open.
But why would we give it to you? Can't make shots.
Plus, everybody else is still playing, and he's just standing there.
Just standing there.
Hey!
He might pass to him, but then he'll pass on his shot. I mean, you got a similar thing going on with Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
Where he's afraid to shoot.
Yeah.
And he's the guy that has the ball in his hands. He plays point guard, so that's no good.
All right. Well, is it because he's Australian and everything seems upside down to him?
That could be it. It's a good. You know what? I was going to call Steve Nash, but he's gone. So
No, he's not with the Nets anymore.
I'll call whoever their new coach is.
Steve Nash is just banging his hot wife and taking the rest of his pay package.
The NBA is in a bit of a flux right now because you got
everything's upside down.
Some of the biggest superstars are on teams that are not winning. You got LeBron on the Lakers; they have a losing record. You have Kevin Durant on the Nets; they have a losing record. Even the Warriors have a losing record right now.
Yeah.
So it's
Warriors are 6-9.
Yeah, nice.
That is very, very nice. Hey, great news, by the way. Well, this is a classic good news, bad news situation.
Nerd alert! Nerd alert! Nerd alert!
Classic good news, bad news. The bad news is you're incarcerated. The good news is they're banning Dungeons and Dragons in federal prisons. I consider that good news, right?
What? That's their fantasy escape.
That's good news.
I think that's bad news.
First of all, who knew they were doing this? Who knew nerds had that kind of street cred in the joint?
Hey, when you have nothing else to do and you got all day to do it, why not play some D&D?
State prisons around the country, federal prisons, have banned Dungeons and Dragons because they're concerned about gang behavior. Are you going to be worried about the D&D gang, by the way? Is that really where the focus of your security apparatus is going to be pointed?
I think it's the strategy aspect of it, where they go, okay, we're put into all these difficult situations by the dungeon master. How can we apply this to taking over the prison, escaping the prison? They're learning all these ways to work together. And it scares them.
It doesn't seem very practical, though. I mean, it seems like what you would be role-playing in Dungeons and Dragons if you're an 8th level orc. I don't know how that really is going to translate into breaking out of the joint. I mean, those people already, the people who are in federal prison there for whatever they're in for, they can just confer with each other on how to learn how to do things. If this is something that keeps people happy and calm, I don't see the problem.
Maybe it's not keeping people calm, though.
Oh,
maybe there's D&D fights breaking out because, they're rolling a 1 instead of a 20. And then you have people probably sneaking in contraband. The die is the 20-sided die. That's not
20-sided.
Yeah. Not what they're regularly using.
Okay. Well, there was a guy who sued a prison that he was in. He said he was a dungeon master, and he sued. Said he violated his First Amendment rights. And they ultimately decided that inmates pretending to be wizards is not good. But they're not wizards. They are still prisoners.
Yeah, they're just playing a game.
Playing a game. Which leads me to wonder, what games can you play? Because nobody's going into the joint with Dungeons and Dragons. Somebody had to buy it for them. Somebody had to bring it for them. What games? Can you get Uno at the commissary?
I'm sure there's plenty of card games. I'm sure there's Uno and just regular decks of cards.
We haven't gotten prison mail in a long time, and I would love to ask somebody about that, about whether or not. I'm
a big fan of Connect 4.
You can. Well, that I understand banning Connect 4 in federal prison because they're worried about one felon connecting with 3 other felons. That I get. Dungeons and Dragons, you're already in a makeshift dungeon if you're in federal prison. There aren't going to be any dragons. There's probably a guy they call the dragon. There's probably a couple of grand dragons in federal prison.
There's probably people chasing the dragon.
Right, depending on how far south of the Mason-Dixon line you find yourself. Let me give you this money here, and then I want to talk to JB Smoove. It's a chance to grab $1,000. You can go fund yourself. Listen closely, grab this money, and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword WIN at WMMS.com. That's WIN. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Hey, JB, is that you?
Hey, man, what's going down?
How are you, pal?
Man, you know me, man. I'm just going.
I do know you. It's been a few years since you've been on. I think last time we were talking about the Book of Leon. That's been a few years, but now.
Oh, it's been a few years, man.
Yeah.
But the book is still relevant, though. Just you put it in the bottle and throw it in the ocean.
I'll tell you what, it's evergreen, right? The lessons to be learned from the Book of Leon are never going to go out of style.
It never will, man.
No.
It's current, evergreen, it's all things to all people. They don't even know what, maybe when aliens show up, they'll find it. And they'll open that book up and say, oh, this is what it is, or what it was.
This is what it is. And then they'll come to the conclusion that they can't destroy this civilization because one man cracked the code. And maybe we are worth saving.
Figured it all out.
Figured it all out. You're coming to the Agora on Saturday night. JB Smoove's doing the physical therapy tour. And if you've never seen him live, you're doing yourself a great disservice. How many dates into this are you? Is this a big tour?
Oh, man, I'm 10 in right now. You know what? I'm 10 in, but I am working on Curb Your Enthusiasm right now. I'm back on the set.
Yeah.
So, I had to pull back a little bit as my schedule got a little busy. But this is my last show of the year. Oh, unless something pop up, like a gender reveal show or something, or a wedding or something like that. You know what I mean? But right now, it looks like this is my last show of 2022. And then I'll re-up in January. Right now we're about to go on our little Thanksgiving break for Curb, and then we're going to come back for a little bit, and then we're going to take our holiday break for Christmas, and then we come back in January. So January I will be back and hitting North Kakalaki, my roots down from North Carolina. Hootie-hoo.
So you'll be closing out you'll be closing out 2022 here in Cleveland on Saturday night then, as far as the tour goes.
We should damn near make it like a New Year's comedy
show.
Because that's it. This is it for the year. 2022, you better get this damn knowledge right now, because this is what's going to propel you into 2023. This kind of stuff I'm going to be talking about.
It's like a giant rubber band to hug you and shoot you into the next year, isn't it?
It really is.
Yeah.
It's like it's a slingshot. That piece of, it's like a Y. It's a Y.
Like an old school Dennis the Menace slingshot. Wow.
Old school. I'm like an old school. That's what I am. I'm old school, man. I'm an old school slingshot. Shoot you, and I'm gonna pull you back, and I'm gonna propel you forward into 2023.
Boy, you talk about Curb Your Enthusiasm. You've been on that show for 15 years now, haven't you?
Isn't that crazy?
I bet nobody ever thought that this show would be on longer than Seinfeld. Like, there's been long gaps in between seasons, I realize, but it's been on HBO for 20 years.
I know. I'm not surprised, though. You know why? Because the world keeps changing, and Larry keeps having his take on the world.
Right.
And all these things that we go through, man, the cringeworthy things that Larry puts in the show, humanity is what it is, and it's going to continue to keep putting Larry in these positions where he has to speak out and take those little nuggets of life and make them, put them in the show, So,
he does have a. This is season 12. You guys are shooting. He does have a singular way of taking different threads and
Mm-hmm.
not just connecting them, but making them all fit perfectly and still be very funny rather than
Still be
like
very funny.
preachy or angry or anything like that. It's always so funny.
Always so funny, man. We're having a blast right now already. We're having a good time. We've been shooting for a few weeks, but we rolling, man, and I'm very excited about people seeing this new season occur, man, and we having a blast.
Do they know yet? Does HBO know when that will? It's probably too early to say when they'll release.
Oh yeah,
next
we
year.
don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know. You know, they don't give that to us. You know, but we are having a ball, and you know, I'm really happy that I got a chance to be on this show. It was my favorite show before I got on the show, so for me, it's a big plus. You know, and this is my 6th season right now. 6th season, man. So
Well, I know that
and
you
matter of
were,
fact,
but I imagine, you and Larry, there were a lot of years in between your tenures at SNL too. You guys didn't cross paths over there. Had he just known about you? Were you recommended to him, or how did it start up?
No, he didn't. We didn't even. Larry and I didn't know each other. I didn't know anybody on the show at all. I didn't know anybody. The only one close would be Susie. Susie's from Mount Vernon. We both went to the same high school, but Susie, she's older.
Sure.
But she is a Mount Vernonite. So, yeah, that was it, man. But I didn't know anybody when I walked into the audition. I guess I was there on a whim.
Yeah.
I wasn't even supposed to be in LA that one day, and I ended up going in there, you know, last minute, you know, and yeah, I'm happy. You know, I'm happy I got a chance to go in there, you know, and meet Larry for the first time. But you know what? I think it's one of those things also that I feel as though we met already somewhere, and I can't explain the universe to you, but all I know is I took an improv class, you know, the first thing I ever did when I first started doing stand-up, and you know, who would know I would take that little improv class I took in, I don't want to tell my age, but damn, in probably 1990.
Yeah.
Took that little improv class, and then I went from there, man. And
But you're also a guy who clearly has, like, I know Seth Meyers has said one time that there was nobody who pitched more hilarious ideas than J.B. Smoove in the room, but they were ideas that could never be fleshed out into a full sketch. So, like, you clearly had the raw stuff, and you just had to figure out how to fashion it.
And that's what it is, man.
Yeah.
You find out what you do well, and all of a sudden you build your product. And now it makes sense now. You know what I mean? Me throwing out these crazy ideas.
Yeah.
Like the guy that worked in the bank, you know, counting money, you know, as a teller, and next thing you know, he gets fired and he ends up in a sandwich shop. But he keeps licking his finger by mistake. And he's making
The cash, yeah, right. Yeah, no, I like the one that I heard about was the helicopter family, where everybody walked around crouched down because they grew up around helicopters. I think that's so friggin' funny. But again, that's something that's it's like a great, like a great one-line thing. I like seeing you in things that, like, I watch you on Blockbuster. I think that's a funny show over on Netflix. But I saw you in the Gerard Carmichael movie too, On the Count of Three.
Oh yeah, man.
And I like seeing you do different things. I mean, there's like, you know, when somebody says J.B. Smoove, you go, oh, I know what he's going to do. But I like seeing you in kind of those stranger little things.
I do love that. And you know what? You know, we as comedians, we are truly actors. We have to mask our pain, you know, and find a way to make it funny. And I think that's the unique thing about acting that movie really allowed me to have fun. But the same thing with Blockbuster. Blockbuster, you know, it's hard, it's funny, it's you know, I get a chance to be a single dad, and you know, and trying to get a relationship with my daughter, but that Count of Three, man, you know that was me diving in. But you know, I can't wait to really start to dive into that side of me. I'm looking forward. Villain one day.
I can't. You know what they need to do? They need to get you into one of those Fast and Furious movies. They need to just drop you in the middle of one of those casts and let you do your thing. This next one's like number 10. It's like a $400 million budget. Toss J.B. Smoove some of that money and let him do his thing.
Let me do my thing, baby. You know, and or You know, I look good in a damn suit too. Maybe going to be one of those 007 movies, James Bond movies, or something like that.
James
Pretty
Bond,
good at
right?
that. And I love to chase people. I'm a chaser. I'll chase you down. I'll give you a verbal ass whooping, and I'm gonna kick your ass when I catch you.
Yes.
I do both. Oh, while I'm chasing you, I'm just talking to you the whole time.
The whole time.
Oh,
Yep. So you gotta you verbally wear them down, and then when you finally catch up with them, then there's the ass kicking.
ooh, yeah. See, and it throws you off when someone's chasing you and talking to you at the same time. You know, you know what I want to do a movie with? Samuel L. Jackson. I think me and Samuel L. Jackson will do an amazing movie.
I can't believe you haven't. He's done every movie. I can't believe you guys haven't done.
He's done every movie there in creation. You know what? I met him it's crazy that I didn't know him all these years. I met him finally on the red carpet of Spider-Man: Far From Home.
Yeah.
You know, isn't that crazy?
You're the teacher in Spider-Man.
We stood there like we both stood there like, how do we not know each other all this time?
Right.
I said, I don't know, man. It's strange, you know. But you know, we did talk a little bit. We said, hey, man, it would be a good idea, man. You do something together. Let's make it happen, JB. I said, let's make it happen, man.
Let's make it happen.
I think he's amazing. Let's make it happen. Anybody out there who's doing some movies, directing some movies, let's make it happen. JB Smoove, Samuel L. Jackson, let's make it happen. Come on.
There is no one like JB Smoove. He's doing the Agora on Saturday night. It's the physical therapy tour. It is the last date on the tour in Cleveland. He's going to close out 2022 on Saturday night. You can go to agoracleveland.com for the details on the tickets. He's snap JB Smoove on social media. And I always like talking to you, man. Thanks for your time, pal.
It's always great, man. Yeah, always great. I'll see you guys on Saturday.
All right, pal. There's JB Smoove. Going to be on stage at the Agora Saturday night. I don't know how much tickets are, but who cares? He's the best.
I think they start at 35.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Let me take a break here. If you want to text for anything, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
White on white, translucent black capes, back on the rack. Bella Lugos is dead, the bats have left the bell tower, the victims have been bled, red velvet lines, the black box. Bella Lugos is dead. Bella Lugos is dead.
Undead. Somebody sent me the link to Target.com has a goth section on it.
Nice.
The goth side of Target. Hey, listen, you gotta, every movement is commodified to some point.
Right.
There's kids that are like, it's too, Hot Topic's too edgy. I gotta get myself over to Target and check out there. You can't go in the store and do it, but Target.com. They got the whole goth section there. Basically, everything's black. They got some lipstick. They got some furniture. They got black denim jackets and, some black throw pillows and the whole bit. So, listen, maybe you want to dip your toe into the goth lifestyle. It changes. The people who enjoyed Bauhaus in the late 70s they're not going to feel the same about it as people who are getting into it now.
But they wish they had that accessibility because those clothes weren't always the easiest to find.
You had to make them yourself.
Yeah, to make them or find there'd be one store that was 2 hours away.
Yeah.
You had to make a trip out of it.
That's right.
And that's if you're in a big city. You might be able to find one.
Yes.
But if you were in Iowa or even parts of Ohio, there's nothing around back then.
God bless the internet. I had to make my own skinny puppy shirts. I had to make my own whatevers. My own poison black patches.
I did an edit of the fight video that you posted with Cleveland Rocks playing over it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That's not the one I want. What do I want?
Hey, Alan. I was just listening to you talk about the fight that you saw this morning, and I was watching the video, and you had said that neither one of the cars had been damaged, but that is not true. If you look at the video, you can see on the SUV when they bump up against it or hit up against it, they leave a big dent on the back of that SUV.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That Ford Escape or whatever it is still in front. The Volkswagen that was behind it, that those two guys that were fighting fell in between. Was that they made the dent or was
I
that
don't
a
know.
pre-existing
It's
dent?
hard to tell.
Yeah.
I'm watching it.
Because that rear quarter panel, again, I didn't pay that close attention to it, so I'll take her word for it. I'd have to watch it again. But if you haven't seen the fight, the video that broke out right outside our studio window here this morning,
I think that
go to our Facebook page or my
I think that was
Instagram.
already there because they
I think
didn't
it was too.
hit it that hard.
And they didn't hit it in that spot either, I didn't think. They kind of glanced along the tail light.
But maybe.
Anyway.
It's hard because you don't see that part of the car before they hit it. They're
Right.
blocking it.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a great video. Hey, Buddha.
Hey, Alan.
Buddha, what's up?
You were talking about how federal prisons were moving to ban Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
I got out of Grafton a couple years ago, my last prison number. And that's a place where, like, lifers and sex offenders and stuff like that, they kind of go to retire there. So it's a lot of older guys. I didn't expect to see it. First couple months there, every time I go to rec, there's tables with, 8 to 12 guys around them, and they got the little cardboard cutout of their little dungeon master guy. And They're playing Dungeons & Dragons every time the yard's open. And it would be mostly a bunch of these, dorky white guys like you'd expect. But there was always this one guy playing. He'd play every day multiple times, this black guy. And he just stuck out from the others so much and had this do-rag on, and I'd see him, and he'd be with a couple other guys. So I asked one day, I said, man, what's up with this guy? And I guess he was the highest-ranking member of the Crips in that prison. And he just liked Dungeons & Dragons so much you'd never even think it. And he played multiple times every day. I never seen him do anything else but basketball and play Dungeons & Dragons.
Well, like you said, you can never judge a pedophile by the cover.
And they were always going back and forth with the administration on, because they would try and get like different Dungeons & Dragons expansions and different things in, and for some reason they would tell them no on some things and yes on others. There's got to be something more behind this, because I used to listen to guys say how the administration, they won't let us get this part of Dungeons & Dragons in, and now the federal prison's doing this, and I feel like there's got to be something else to it.
Who makes D&D? Is that a Parker Brothers property?
I don't think so. I'm a huge board game guy, just not a Dungeons & Dragons guy.
Is there even a board for it? I mean, it's more like a book, right?
I thought there was a board.
Yeah, it's like they make like a thing that you prop up. It's like a trifold, and so it sits up in front of the dungeon master so they can see stuff that other people can't. And there they would just use pieces of cardboard, because I think that's one of the things they wouldn't let them get in for some reason.
It's been around. Listen, corrugated cardboard can be pretty sharp if you wield it the right way. They don't want anybody getting shivved or their throat sliced. D&D's been around since 1974.
Yeah,
a couple of
I think
nerds
it
put it
awesome.
together.
I just never got a chance to play it.
Wow. Yeah,
It's
not
never
for
my
me.
thing.
Okay, thank you, Buddha.
All right, man.
All right, there's Buddha down there in Stowe, who's out of the joint, keeping his nose clean, and working on his 12-sided die. Now, he never got into D&D, but saw a lot of guys that did. So, listen, it's good to know that if you're in a place that has a lot of pedophiles in it, there's something that can keep them busy, keep their thoughts away from what they are normally thinking of, which is molestation. So, sometimes it's all about distraction. Hello, Dan.
Hi.
Hey.
How are you?
Good.
Love the show.
Thank you, sir.
Never listen, but I love it.
Thank you.
I was in prison like the last caller, and I'll tell you what, Dungeons & Dragons was played, but the bigger game was Magic.
Oh, good for you.
Magic the Gathering, I assume you mean.
Magic, and these guys were paying hundreds of dollars inside prison for these cards.
I mean, I guess if you
ridiculous.
have nothing but time, you can spend it doing anything.
Yeah, I guess.
That came along a couple of decades after Dungeons and Dragons, but there was still.
I'm your age, and I grew up with the Dungeons and Dragons, and it was popular, but Magic just seemed to be the one they really liked.
Well, apparently Hasbro bought Magic the Gathering or something, and then people think they ruined it. So, like, Magic the Gathering is killing Hasbro stock or something. I don't know. Or they did some 30th anniversary thing, and so, or they flooded the market with I don't know what. But I was surprised. Thank you, Dan. I was surprised not long ago. Last time I was in a comic book shop, there was a few tables of like teenage kids playing Magic the Gathering. I'm like, man, this thing is hung on.
Well, there's Magic, and then, there's a few of those. There's Yu-Gi-Oh! There's people still play the Pokemon card games, so all those things have pretty big followings.
Magic the Gathering angers fans with 30th anniversary collectible cards. Turns 30 next year. It made $1 billion last year. But the reason that they're pissed is because the 30th anniversary card pack is $1,000.
Ooh.
And 30th anniversary, usually cost you, what, $4 or $5 for a handful of cards? But the 30th anniversary pack, it's a lot of money.
How many cards do you get?
How many cards do you get?
You get 1,000 cards?
7. Oh, that seems like a bad deal.
That seems
No,
like a
I don't
very
know
bad
how
deal.
many. How many cards do you get in the pack? 60 randomized reprints from their first run in 1993, the inaugural year, on sale in time for the holidays, but it's $999. See, this is what I was going to get Poundcake for Christmas, but I'm not going to spend that kind of money on it. I was going to, he's always talking. You can't shut him up about Magic the Gathering.
Absolutely.
I was like, oh, God, Cody again with Magic the Gathering.
You give me a yo-yo. That's a lot cheaper.
A yo-yo.
I'm down with that.
You are a yo-yo. A yo-yo. Okay.
Oh, just stick to the Jared Kushner book.
That is a yo-yo.
It's going to be a lot more
Same
valuable.
thing. Be a lot more valuable. You want a Duncan yo-yo? I think that's the OG #1 yo-yo. I like when they go, we're the world's #1 yo-yo company. Yeah, but there's only probably 2. So, who's the number 2?
A lot of animosity between them.
Yeah, who's the number 2 yo-yo company? Duncan Toys, it says, the world's #1, and their website is yo-yo.com. But I don't even know who the other companies are in the yo-yo business.
That's just the way Duncan likes it, too.
Yeah, that's how they
don't
roll.
need anyone knowing about another yo-yo company.
That's what I had when I was a kid. I had a Duncan Butterfly, boy. Top of the line. Glowed in the dark. Glue in the dark? Glowed in the dark. The Duncan Butterfly.
I had a yo-yo phase, whereas...
Everybody does.
That was pretty... I got decent.
Were you walking the dog?
I could walk the dog.
You
I
go
could,
cats in the cradle?
Cats in the cradle.
Putting it to sleep?
Of course. I
That
mean,
was
that's the first thing you do.
Put it to sleep.
Yeah.
That was the one hobby, or I guess the one fad that I didn't mind. Like that would the Yu-Gi-Oh cards, the Magic cards, the Pokemon cards. I would get them to be, a follower, but I never really knew how to play. Yo-yo, I'm like, ooh, I get a nice, cool yo-yo. I think I hung on to that a lot longer than I was supposed to, because way after yo-yos are done, I think people moved on to like hacky sacks or like sex bracelets. I don't remember exactly what
Sex
it was.
bracelets.
Like the sex bracelets. But I was like still doing the yo-yo, and they're like, bro, it's played out. I'm like, I like it. And then again,
Were you doing the creeper and the elevator and all those?
I learned some tricks. I don't remember how good I was. Oh no, it was fingerboarding after that. Sorry, people were getting kicked out of class because they would finger skateboard.
Yeah. Oh, they weren't fingering skateboards.
No.
I see. Well, I remember the yo-yos were the first sanctioned toy for the rap community.
Yo-yo. Damn, I can't believe I got that.
Oh, so stupid. I got some food news here. I tried to cut in during JB Smooth, but I wouldn't let it. Well, everybody gets all moist in the shorts over the fact that come hell or high water, come inflation or everything else, Costco is not going to budge on the cost of their hot dog. Everybody loves talking about Costco's hot dogs are still $1.50, whatever.
It comes with a drink, too.
Comes with a drink.
It's a combo. It's a hot dog combo. It's not just a hot dog.
Yeah.
And they lose money on it.
But now there's a wiener war because Sam's Club has announced that they have dropped the price of their hot dog combo to $1.38.
Ooh.
And by the way, this should go to show you how utterly inexpensive these things are to make, right? When they sell something to you for $1.38 like it's $19.55, it's because it cost them a nickel or whatever else. Sam's Club lowered the price of their hot dog and drink to $1.38 from $1.50. So you got to wonder how long both of those companies, because I think Sam's Club is part of Walmart. I think Costco is its own thing. But I think, imagine how long those two competing companies had a hot dog soda combo for $1.50 before Sam's Club said, we got to make some inroads, guys. There was like an annual stockholders meeting or something,
Yeah,
and they wouldn't budge on anything else. And they go, what if we drop our hot dog combo by 12 cents?
They're losing members, and that's the way to get them back. They go, hey, you don't want to go over to Costco. You want to come to Sam's Club.
But I guarantee they
get a
probably,
$1.38
do they
hot dog.
taste different? I mean,
I don't know that. I haven't had a Sam's Club hot dog.
I've never
in
had a
long
Costco
time,
hot dog.
But the Costco ones are pretty
Is it legit?
good. It's legit. It's a good hot dog.
It's
It's a big hot dog too. They ain't
like a foot long.
It's like a quarter pound all beef hot dog.
That sounds like a lot.
It is. It's a lot of hot dog. Getting your money's worth and then some. More than your money's worth.
That's too much.
You don't have to eat it all.
Can I save some for later?
Mm-hmm.
Costco sold 122 million hot dog soda combos last year. Their co-founder once told the company's CEO, if you raise the price of the effing hot dog, I will kill you.
Yes.
He was very famously said that. It was very, very serious. He's like, do what you want to with everything else. That is our flagship price point. So, and they're fighting over, those two chains are fighting over everything, right? Price of rotisserie chickens going through the roof. Costco, Sam's Club, $5.
I was gonna say that. Don't cut into.
How much are they at Walmart?
I don't know. I don't
Don't
shop
you
at
go?
Walmart.
No. Where does your mom like them from?
She likes them from Walmart.
They are Walmart chicken.
Yeah. But if you get your mom a chicken, or she gets them from Walmart, you don't get
I
them
think they're
for
like
her.
$6.99.
Tell her to go to Sam's Club. Sam's Club's part of Walmart,
but it
isn't
doesn't taste the same. She says.
I guarantee they're using the same chicken in
This
Sam's
is
Club
what
and
she
Walmart.
says. First of all, my mom's not going to go to Sam's Club. Walmart is the closest to her house. My mom's not going to drive on the freeway to go to Sam's Club. Walmart does just fine.
His mom takes a back road. She's like, I'm not going to spend 90 minutes going up the street to Sam's Club.
But you guys crack jokes about like how Mary and Erica used to say like they can taste the difference in like the taste palette of like a burger or something like that. My mother, I think I got her like a rotisserie chicken from somewhere on my way home one time, and she was like, "Where's this from?" I'm like, it's a chicken. She's like, it's not a Walmart chicken. She threw it.
No,
at me.
but we were talking about
talking
about the difference between different chains. What I'm saying is, if Sam's Club is part of Walmart, the same company, they're not getting their chickens from two different suppliers.
I understand that, but you have to be a Walmart or you have to be a Sam's Club member, and I'm not to shop there. And there's no Sam's Club conveniently located close to me. I guess the nearest one to my mom would be like the Midway Mall, or not Midway, in Sheffield Village, but that's out of her way.
Isn't there another club? What's the other club?
BJ's.
BJ's. Isn't there?
Yeah, come on, BJ's. Where's your hot dog?
Isn't there one out in like Elyria or something?
I think there's a BJ's out there.
Westlake or
right
something.
off 90.
Yeah, BJ's.
Never been into a BJ's.
Nope.
You've
never been into BJ's.
I've never been into the store BJ's.
Okay, I just want to clarify for you gals who might be tuning in for the first time. I don't want you to get the wrong idea.
Sam's Club is so bougie too. I think I had to poop one time.
Bougie.
They are.
Yes,
they didn't
so
want to let me
bougie.
in. They didn't want to let me into the bathroom.
Yeah.
You're
Maybe
like,
they knew what you were going to do.
I told them what I was going to do. I
Your
said, "Can I
eyes
use the
were
bathroom?"
watering. They're like, don't let this dude in there.
I had to go into like I think a speaker store. Like I was like, "Hey, turn up the beats real quick." They're like, "Yeah, man." And I'm like,
Turn up the sound on that thing. I
so
really
they
want to
couldn't hear
check it.
me.
Yeah. What? I can't tell what's. I'm trying to. Can you put more low end in there? That's what I got happening in here. Anyway, congratulations on the Wiener Wars over there at Sam's Club and Costco. I'm going to break here. Right after the break, I will have those tickets for you for that Rock Resurrection Tour. That is Skillet and Theory of a Dead Man and Saint Asonia. If you want to see them over at the Agora, 4:30. I will have the next chance for you to grab $1,000 and go fund yourself. We're going to weigh Poundcake in when we come back to his weekly weigh-in, as we're about a month away from the last live show of the year. We'll see if he's getting closer or farther away from his goal weight. And if you want to text for anything, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
1-800-348-1007.
I met Alan. Did you? I gave him marijuana.
Oh, great. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
What's that, more Bullet Boys? Sure. Here you go. I just saw them last night. Love them. I will have another $1,000 for you, by the way. About 7 minutes from now. 4:30, listen for that. We're going to weigh Poundcake shortly. I'm going to have Terry the Goat's Week 11 picks. They have moved the Browns-Bills game to Detroit.
That's official now?
Yeah, because of the
6 feet of snow that's on the way.
6 feet. The paralyzing snowfall was the quote that they're supposed to get there in Buffalo. And today's Thursday. They probably wouldn't be dug out there at Orchard Park by Sunday. So they're going to play at Ford Field. They don't have to worry about weather there. So, Browns, Bills, Sunday in Detroit Rock City. And Terry did pick the Browns game. She picked tonight. She picked Thursday night football. She picked Monday night football. So we won't know the full picture until Tuesday. And she picked the Browns game, which is always not something that she does. So 10 games in all for Week 11. So we'll get to that in a little bit. We got Terry's video yesterday. Those come through on Wednesdays, and then I'll go over her picks with you in a few minutes. You can always leave us messages on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen to us from out of state, tell me where. I just like to know where the Bureau Chiefs are. Christina's one of our Bureau Chiefs in Vegas. Brittany listens in Austin, Texas. Zach's down in New Orleans. Chris is in Greensboro, North Carolina. Miles and Laura listen in Charleston, South Carolina. And Greg is way up in Temagami, Ontario. And, you can leave messages there, too.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm just listening to the podcast from yesterday when Mary said that her mom wrote down all the text messages. My grandmother would watch The Biggest Loser and had multiple notebooks where she wrote down like everyone's name and how much they lost and their new weights, like notebooks and notebooks of it.
Can you imagine that? Why commit all of that information to
record?
To record.
Yeah.
Here are it's amazing what some people will take the time to do. I mean, it's her grandmother, so she's probably just sitting there in a house coat doing this, but she's tracking the contestants' progress on The Biggest Loser week to week. Is that show still on?
I don't think so. I don't think it's been on for a while.
Okay. I never watched that show. It made me uncomfortable.
Yeah, me either.
Why did it make you uncomfortable?
He doesn't like looking at fat people.
I don't like looking
That's
at fat
why he
people.
has the monitors in ways so he can't see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it was a you know how like some people only liked the beginning of American Idol, where it was a lot of people who were clearly touched in the head.
Yeah,
were
the
never
train
going to
wreck.
go anywhere. It was a freak show. And that's kind of what like The Biggest Loser seems like until people start losing weight. Listen, all these shows are supposed to be freak shows. That's what they're on television for. Come see these fat people lose a bunch of weight. And I was like, listen, God bless them, but they are getting paid to do it. None of these people did it for free. They did it when they got on a television show. So, but it ran for over a decade. It's been off since Well, it was on NBC until 2016. I think now it's on USA.
Oh, so it is still going?
Yeah, I think they still run it over there. But, and plus these kinds of shows are the ones where a couple of seasons later, you'd have people who had been on the show talking about all the shady stuff that they wanted them to do, and they were trying to, blowing the trainers up for trying to cut corners, because it's television.
Mm-hmm.
You want it to be entertaining.
You want entertaining, you want results,
Yes.
you want drama. You need... It's not reality.
You're creating entertainment. And if people lose a lot of weight along the way, that's great. That's the best scenario. But that's not a show that ever... It doesn't... I don't feel good about that. You want to weigh him, by the way?
Yeah, let's do... I mean, did you want to give the money away
Yeah, let me
first?
give the money away first. Yep.
Yeah,
and then we'll weigh Poundcake. Mary always keeps a record. Speaking of which, I don't know that I have last week's information.
How do y'all not know?
Because Mary's the record keeper, and I should have her turn that over to me.
I saw you write it down last
I know,
week.
but I don't have that sheet anymore.
Oh.
I should have her turn it over to me because she's not here for this.
Does she
usually.
have... We can have her call.
How do you not know, Cody?
I do remember.
What was last week?
It was 178.6? 2.
All I need is
I
the
thought you were
previous
lower than
week.
that. I thought you were down to...
I thought you were down to 176 something.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay, well, we'll go with 178.2, and then
Well-
we'll amend it when...
Well, hang
when we
on.
talk to Mary.
I feel like we put it in the group chat. Let me check the group chat real quick, because you always... I think you do it on purpose for reference, because it's not written down, or you tell Mary or something. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, so last week, last week, November 10th?
Yeah.
I was 178 flat, remember?
178 flat last week.
178 flat.
Okay.
Is that in the group chat?
It's November 10th, 5:07 p.m.
Okay, good.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
178. Okay, let me give away this money. It's $1,000, a chance to go fund yourself. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword GRAND at WMMS.com. That's GRAND. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
All right, head over here, Poundcake.
I am. I'm coming. I'm just nervous. I haven't pooped today.
Oh.
This is going to get... It's going to be north of 178 then. Why wouldn't he poop? He's like throwing...
trying to.
He's throwing marbles in the road in front of himself. He hasn't pooped. Oh, is it because he's constipated? He couldn't poop? He said he didn't poop.
The way he looks when he's just walking.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a big load!
You walk into the kitchen?
He just looks like he's about to cry all the time.
Well, he probably is. He's nervous. He's getting anxiety about his way in.
All right. Why don't you open the... Do you have the ATEM on your thing? Because then you can do the switching with your mouse over there.
I can?
Yeah, I can... He'll be on camera 5. You gotta go to 8.
I gotta go to what?
Minimize the rundown.
Minimize, okay. What do I go to? ATEM? Okay. No switcher connected.
Give it 1 second.
Okay. This?
And then he's on camera 5. You'll see him over here.
Oh, hey, okay.
Yeah, but put it on 1 from now on.
Yep. That'll be me. Okay. All right, so he was 178 last week. He's got to get to 172, I think, in 4 weeks. That's the goal weight. Yep.
All right. Yeah, every time. Carbon Angelo's in here every time. He's out there. He's 174. He's way lighter than Poundcake.
Who is?
Carmen Angelo.
Carmen Angelo ain't no 174.
No,
No, he's
170.
254. Yeah. All right. How do you guys? All right, here we go.
Looking up Poundcake's nose here. Okay.
You got it? All right, here we go. 174.6.
Why is it? Let me see it. Well, I'm just looking up
Yeah,
his
do it again.
nose. What?
What? It should be pointing at this thing now.
No,
Is it not
no, it's up his nose. It's just pointing
Oh.
up his face at the ceiling. Okay, anyway. So what is it?
Okay.
He went to
must,
one.
It must have froze.
He went to one. No, he's moving around. He's talking. Maybe it's delayed or something. He went to 174.
174.6.
174.6. Jesus.
Wow.
All right.
That's a
Well,
good drop.
he's within striking distance of where he needs to be. Okay. Well, congratulations.
He's got 2.5 pounds to go, basically.
Yeah. Okay, good. Well, 174.6. You should have had Carmen get on the scale.
He did. He got 254.
Oh, 254.
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, that sounds right.
Yeah.
174.
I don't know what's going on with this camera. It's like in a loop.
No, okay.
Okay, it's behind, and now it's getting to the point where, like, I see me on there.
Yeah, it was just looking up his nose like he was standing
It's
in there.
lagging.
All right.
But yeah,
Well, he's got to feel good about that. 174.6. I hope 4 weeks isn't just long enough to jam
right.
him up. But he's got a little bit of wiggle room, so that's good. Because the last live show of the year is going to be exactly 4 weeks from today. And that's the day that he'll have his final weigh-in.
I'll send this to the group chat so we don't forget.
And thank you. And 172 is his goal weight, I believe, is what he has said.
Mm-hmm. 20 pounds. He was trying to drop 20 pounds.
174.6. And he
He's
will
close.
have been down. That's pretty good.
I don't know what goes on with that camera, but like when he's walking, because of how the Wi-Fi works, it lags and then it started catching up and it goes in fast motion. So it's recording everything that it saw and broadcasting it. And then it was just like this fast paced him like time lapse of him walking back to the studio.
It all sped up.
Yeah. But now he's back and now it's fine. Poundcake, how you feeling, man?
I mean, I'm not upset.
No, you shouldn't be. That's great. 178 to 170. And you didn't poop today. Isn't that what you said? You could have been even. You could have been even heavier.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
He could
good.
be even lighter if he gets a. Imagine. I mean, I took a dump yesterday. It was like 3 pounds. All the water, like it wasn't like a diarrhea poop.
I didn't weigh myself, but I knew something was up because I had like a Cavs hoodie that I loved wearing, and I couldn't wear it ever since I got like bigger. And I tried it on like last week, and it fit, but it was like real snug. It was like to the point where I'm like, oh, this would be ridiculous to wear because it's all like tight around the arms. And then I tried it on again this week, like I don't know, I think it was either Monday or Tuesday. And I was like, oh, wow, this fits a whole lot better. I was like, I must have lost some weight. But I didn't know if it was water weight. I didn't know if I was bloating. I didn't know if my diet was good. So I'm glad that
You're on the right track, man. Congratulations.
Good for you.
You're doing a good job.
So you feel better? You feel like you're feeling this, that you're moving in the right direction?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about now that I have little meals throughout the day. Like I just snack a little throughout the day. And not to say that I'm not hungry. I still am hungry, but
you're managing it better, and you're doing it in a way that makes that you feel like you can maintain.
I eat the same thing every day. Every day I eat the same thing.
Is it driving you nuts?
I mean, it's chicken and vegetables. I can tolerate it. It's
Sure.
It's not awful, but I'm like, there's no reason to live. There's nothing exciting. I just know what I'm
No
gonna
reason
have.
to live.
There's nothing exciting that I'm gonna eat. I just the joy. I'm like, okay, am I gonna get Panda Express today? Will it be Chipotle? Will it be teriyaki? Like just the joy of just ordering something so unhealthy. Just
No, but
having
why
it-
don't you order what you want, but just get a small portion of it? rather than drive yourself crazy.
Because
with,
it doesn't necessarily come in a small portion.
But that means you have multiple portions of it then.
No, like if I get like something from a Chinese restaurant, it comes in like a lunch size or
No, that's what I'm saying,
size.
but you would break it up.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
I can't.
You wouldn't want to do that?
I wouldn't do that.
Oh, well,
I just
okay.
know myself.
I
If it's
see.
in front of me, I'm like, well, 5 more pieces of chicken won't hurt.
Yeah.
And then I look at how little bit is left. I'm like, well, I'll just finish the whole thing because it's like I'm not going to go back and eat 5 other pieces of chicken, so I'm just going to eat it right now.
Okay.
And that's how.
Well, you got to do it how you're doing it, and clearly it's working out. But there was a thing that started going viral again was a diet from the 70s that got printed in Vogue. The wine.
I always
see
love
that
these.
the wine and eggs diet.
Oh,
Maybe you should try the wine and eggs diet.
tell me all about it.
Yuck, I hate eggs.
You don't like eggs?
No, they
I
taste
hated
like
them as a
rubber.
kid, but I have them every morning now.
They taste like rubber.
Depends on how they're prepared. Are
Yeah,
you
you
eating
do.
fried eggs?
Tell us all about it.
You're not eating toy fried eggs, are you?
Tell us all about it.
Get some scrambled eggs or some. Mary's enumerated the billion ways you can prepare eggs. Hard boil them.
Ugh.
No. Well, anyway, yeah, the wine and eggs diet that Vogue printed in the 70s for gals who were looking to lose some weight. Here's what you have for breakfast: 1 egg, hard boiled, 1 glass white wine, and black coffee.
All right.
So you have an egg, you have wine, dry, preferably Chablis. Chablis still a wine? Is that still a thing? And black coffee. Then for lunch, 2 hard-boiled eggs.
All right, now we're talking.
2 glasses of wine
Nice.
and black coffee.
To
And then
sober
for
up.
dinner, you have a 5-ounce steak grilled with black pepper, lemon juice, and then the rest of your white wine. So you can't drink any more than a bottle of wine a day and then black coffee. So essentially the diet is each day you're having 3 eggs, a bottle of wine, and 3 cups of black coffee.
So
And a little steak.
And a little steak,
Little
right.
steaky.
So anybody's going to lose weight from that.
Just from my diet, I did not. I know I said that coffee is a meal suppressant or appetite suppressant, but I have not had coffee since I hadn't lost weight, like those 3 weeks, and then I dropped all that weight the 1 week. I haven't had it since then. So it's been like a month since I've had coffee, and I'm afraid to go back because I'm like, I don't know if it's working for me. I didn't like the way it made me feel. I was getting energy from like the food that I was eating and not from the coffee.
Not from the coffee.
And
You're getting real energy, not the caffeine energy.
But like I was so used to that because it kept me going, and then like when I changed my diet, it just made me real jittery, gave me really really bad anxiety, and when it wore off, the crash was even worse. I'm like, oh hell no! So I'm just gonna wait until I pass, and then I have some hot chocolate, December 16th.
I wish I liked wine because I would absolutely do an egg, steak, and wine diet.
Sounds good.
But I'm just not into wine, and that's
Can
a
you-
lot of wine. A
can
bottle a
you-
day.
Replace it with whiskey.
I don't know about
the
that.
Cleveland whiskey and egg diet.
Yeah. Well, try it.
Egg sucker, egg sucker, egg sucker.
You try it and then report back the results. Let me tell you guys about this diet I'm on. It's a couple eggs.
Just have a glass of
it's
whiskey.
A steak. And then
Yeah,
half a bottle of
yeah.
Cleveland whiskey. It's pretty good.
Just have a 6-ounce glass
Don't
of
I
whiskey.
look skinny? I feel great. I look amazing. And it's Cleveland whiskey. I want all of them. All right, I got a break. If you want to text for anything, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. Watch live there and listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7.
Give himself away.
All right, hockey fans, I got tickets for you to see your Cleveland Monsters take on the Rochester Americans. This is December the 3rd at the Romo Fijo. That's a Saturday night. You get 4 tickets here. It's growing the game night with the Cleveland Suburban Hockey League. They're dedicated to providing a competitive, well-managed hockey league to its member programs, centered in Northeast Ohio. The more the merrier. ClevelandMonsters.com if you want tickets, info, whatever else. 4-pack of tickets for you. Caller 10, Monsters Americans. Right around the corner, the Romo Fijo. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Fully intending to claim the title, Mistake by the Lake, for ourselves.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I had an attitude.
Got a trip to L.A. for you in about 20 minutes. 5:10 is going to be the next keyword for you to get to our 2023 Alter Ego Festival. Thing sells out in about 10 minutes when we put them on sale. It's out at the Kia Forum in L.A. I think it's January 14th is the date. It's a Saturday night. It's the Red Hot Chili Peppers and Jack White and Muse and Fall Out Boy and Phoenix and Churches. A lot of great bands this year. And no Weezer and Coldplay, which, listen, it's always a win. So 510 is the one shot you have on this show to get that trip. You and a friend. Fly you out, put you up. I think we give you $1,000. But all the details will be forthcoming there, too. Cavaliers lost last night to the Milwaukee Bucks. That's a tough team to beat. And so they didn't. 113-98 was the final. They're here at home through Thanksgiving. And then they'll be back in Milwaukee to play the Bucks the day after Thanksgiving. But in the meantime, they'll play the Hornets here at home tomorrow night, 7:30 on MMS and the iHeartRadio app. So 7 o'clock is when Cavs Live gets going. Short week for us. Next week, we'll be live Monday and Tuesday. Mary will be joining us from Nashville. She'll be on the mic in one of their studios. I'll have Terry the Goat's Week 11 picks for you shortly. We have a lot of bureau chiefs in the great state of New Jersey. We have Bill, who is our South Jersey bureau chief. We have people all up and down the Garden State there who listen to the program. Mark's in Bayonne. Ashland is in Delanco, New Jersey. Louis in Newark. Jackie's in Paramus. And I imagine all of them are celebrating Danny DeVito Day, which is today, on the occasion of his birthday. Danny DeVito is 78 years old today. And as of, I think, 2017, the mayor of his town said that it's going to be Danny DeVito Day. So people who live in New Jersey, who doesn't love Danny DeVito? Nobody. What town is he from? I forget. Listen, doesn't matter. Oh, Asbury Park. How could I forget? Greetings from Asbury Park. John Moore is the mayor. And he said that a few years ago, Danny DeVito should have his own day there in New Jersey. So that's what they did. So this day, every year, henceforth, Danny DeVito Day. By the way, I did have, this show had yesterday's winner for the Alter Ego Festival.
Ooh.
So that's pretty exciting.
Cool.
Yeah, it's great.
Drunk Sue again?
No, a girl named Penny who lives out in Walton Hills. Where the hell is Walton Hills? You ever heard of Walton Hills, Ohio?
Yes.
I've heard of Peyton Hillis. Remember that name? I've never heard of Walton Hills. Oh, it's out by Northfield Park.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's not out where the new, is that out by the new Deshaun Watson house?
I'm not sure where his house was.
Did he? He got a house out there.
Yeah, I know he got a big old house.
Yeah, one of those Gates Mills or whatever, right? Sequester yourself in a hospital-sized house and let the haters hate. Because they're gonna. There's one thing we've learned, and I hope somebody tries to coin this phrase. haters, go hate. Speaking of Jersey, there's a guy, young dude. He says, I'm 24. I'm young. This is the time to do it. Tommy Pasquale is his name. Is that made up? I don't know. It's a very Jersey name. That's where he's from. He's raising money for America's homeless veterans. Obviously, there are way too many homeless people in this country. Shouldn't be any, quite frankly. But an astounding number of them are veterans. Because, people support the troops. And then they come home and, not so much. So he sold his car, quit his job, and is taking all the money, and that's what he's got on him. And he's walking from New Jersey to Venice Beach to raise money for the National Coalition for Homeless Veterans. Tommy Pasquale, 24 years old. I don't know if there's a map or something you can follow along, like where this guy is. There's got to be like a live, everybody's got the technology now. It's got to be some kind of live ticker that will show you where he is at any given time. I should look into that.
I figured if I'm going to make this journey across country, it's got to go from sea to shining sea. I decided, if there's ever a point where I'm going to do it, the time is now when I'm young, I'm strong, and I'm healthy. I've always been passionate about helping out veterans in any way I can because they've given so much to us. So I figured, those two things would pair kind of nicely together.
He's hoping to reach Venice Beach, California by April of next year. He left on September the 19th from New Jersey, and he's going to walk across the country. And he said, I have no income. So the only money he has along the way is the money that he got from selling his car. So if you find out where this guy is, please do not rob him, because this is all the money he's got. There are approximately 38,000 veterans who are homeless in this country. And so Tommy, 24 years old, he's got like a shopping cart with stuff on it. He's got a sign, and it tells you where you can donate money to help homeless veterans. And part of this was born out of, everybody's going crazy over lockdown during the pandemic, and he just wanted to do something like this. And he said, now's the time to do it. He was a software salesman in New York City. He quit, sold his car, and he's crossing the country. Tommy Walks America is what he's calling it. And it's Tommy Walks America with underscores in between the words if you want to follow along with him. I guess that's how you'd find out where he was for people who are interested in that or donating or whatever. He said he walks about 20 miles a day. And he follows mostly back roads. So it's like if Poundcake's mom was going to do a cross-country trek or just go to the grocery store. Let's not even put that on her. If she was going to go make a short trip in her own car, she would be taking the same back roads. And this guy's pushing a shopping cart. And again, he said that he hopes to get to California by April of next year. Spends most nights in a tent with a sleeping bag that he's, God, boy, so many things could go wrong. I mean, you got to hand it to a dude trying this because it gets attention to a very worthwhile cause. But so many things could go wrong. I guess he's already in Nashville. He's walked 925 miles.
That's really insane to do.
Yep. He said
good for him.
Time for him to get new sneakers is what he said.
Yeah.
Plus, along the way, man, he's 24. He's a single dude.
He's in Nashville, and there's about to be a bunch of bachelorette parties this weekend and birthday parties.
Yes.
He's going to start collecting sashes from drunk hoes.
There you go. Somebody, you spend the night with some lady, and the next day you're off.
Yeah, I got to walk for the veterans.
I got to walk.
I got an excuse. I can't stay here. I got to go.
Haven't you heard the Supertramp song? Mm-hmm. Goodbye, Stranger. It's all in there. I'm just doing this for homeless veterans. He said, anytime I stop in a cool city like Nashville, I want to take my time and enjoy it. He also revealed that He's learned a lot about himself. Well, yeah. I mean, you got a lot of time. You're by yourself a lot of that time.
Learn a lot about living and a little about love.
A little about love. And, he's got the sign on his shopping cart. So hopefully nobody along the way thinks that he's homeless himself, right?
I mean, he kind of is right now.
Well, yeah. But, I mean, this country. Everyone's armed. And you don't want the wrong person. I mean, yeah, it's covered in flags. So, that's pretty much your bat signal for don't tread on me or whatever. Stay away from me. But if hopefully somebody takes the time to, figure out that he's okay, he's on the level. Some places in this country, they see a young man pushing a shopping cart with a bunch of crap in it, and they freak out. They get out of my neighborhood. So he's taking photos along the way, but it's, taking photos at American Legion posts along the way. Said he wants to raise $100,000 for the National Coalition for Homeless Veterans, but he believes he'll raise a lot more. He goes, I don't think it's out of the question. We could raise $1 million. And I would think you could easily do that. Raise $1 million.
What was the...
Hey, everybody.
account
Tommy
again?
Pasquale here with Tommy Walks America.
What was
Thank
the
you.
what?
Tommy Walks America.
Tommy Walks America.
So for those of you who don't know, I have embarked on a journey starting today. Today was my first day. That is going to take me from Railroad Beach in Manasquan to Venice Beach, California, via foot.
Via foot? I think that's called walking.
Mm-hmm.
Via foot. Wow, that's like a Poundcakeism. I've never heard walking put that way. How did you travel? Via foot. People say by foot. Never heard via foot. I'd like to watch more of this, but I can't because the guy has a chin dimple. I find that very off-putting.
I thought you loved chin dimples.
I do not.
I thought you liked the butt chin. You say Demi Lovato had a butt chin that you liked.
I like her and Jessica Chastain despite. No, I think she went back. I like Demi Lovato and Jessica Chastain despite their chin clefts. I don't like chin dimples or clefts.
The butt chin. Is that a derogatory term for it?
Butt chin? Well, I mean, it's a dimple or a
Giselle
cleft.
butt chin?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can call it that, but I'm not a fan. So I have to listen. They're very attractive, and I'm happy to look past it. I'm no beauty, but I just don't want to stare at that dude for longer than I have to with his little, chin vortex staring back at me. You see, they canceled the Taylor Swift public ticket on sale.
Because
see
all
that?
the bots took them. That's literally
They
why.
are flipping out. Yeah, I don't understand why people don't know how tickets work now.
The bots stole them all.
They scoop them all up, and then they sell them back to you for 5 times the price. But in her slight defense, she sold so many pre-sale tickets. She sold 2 million pre-sale tickets. The Ticketmaster said... Ticketmaster, by the way, already on the ropes, for being hinky. But they said, we don't have enough tickets for the general public. So
all the rich people.
Everybody's pissed. But yeah, that's every show now, is the bots scoop them up, and then they sell them back to you at exorbitant prices.
It's crazy.
Taylor Swift is an elitist.
Well, it's the crazy effect, the effect her music has on people, because
it's not that great.
It is to them.
It's
whether or not you like it or I like it doesn't matter, because there are people that lose their minds to try and see her, to listen to this stuff.
Having great music doesn't mean you don't sell.
No, but I think the more impressive thing is that she's years now into her career.
Yeah.
And she still has. It'd be different if she was
growing.
She's
the biggest that she's ever been.
If she was the flavor of the month, that'd be one thing. But yeah, she's 30, right? Now she's 31. She's not a little kid anymore. And yeah, God bless her.
15 years into her career, because she started when she was a teenager.
She was a country
15.
artist, right?
Yeah. And
crossed over.
As big as anybody's ever been.
What album was her crossover album? I know you guys aren't Swifties.
I don't know.
I don't know.
But I don't know at what point she went from making country music to pop music.
It was a while ago.
It's been a minute now. But would you put her at the Michael Jackson level?
No, there is not going to be someone at the Michael Jackson level.
Well, that's
Even
more,
Michael Jackson
but that is more because the time is different.
Sure.
If you put her in 1983 against Michael Jackson, I bet they'd be closer than you think.
No. Michael Jackson, pushed down, racial boundaries. He pushed down, they didn't give a lot of time.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about ticket sales,
Performance, hype.
Yeah.
No, because she still's not perform. Her concerts, Michael Jackson would perform to a couple million on a regular basis. Like he'd be in Brazil and it'd just be an army of people out there.
You don't think she could get a couple of million people in Brazil?
She probably could, but he would do that on a regular basis. Like he would perform at soccer stadiums. So that's what he's.
That's what she's going to have to do. This arena tour that she's going to have to go stadiums.
I understand that, but she did her stadiums tour. The first stadium tour that she did was the most recent one, the one in 2016, the Reputation tour. That was the biggest one she did, and she only did about 80 shows. Michael Jackson did a couple hundred shows, and he was still selling out stadiums. I hate these people who keep talking about Harry Styles is the new king of pop. Is talking.
You
about
hate them.
Yes, because you can't even compare. And believe me, I love Beyonce.
I think we can compare.
No,
but Poundcake. That's the point. You can't compare them.
You can't.
They're two completely different points in time, two completely different ways of consuming music and having access to
Michael Jackson had so many singles out. No one even knows all of his singles and what time each one came out. Like he would put out music and you wouldn't even know. Like Taylor Swift has to put out an album and then she starts putting out music videos.
That's because it's a different time. Radio stations were playing Michael Jackson nonstop. Taylor Swift doesn't necessarily need to rely on that.
She streamed that first day that Midnight's album came out. It broke every single record for streaming.
She crashed the Ticketmaster website. They were supposed to have 1.5 million verified Taylor Swift fans to get pre-sale tickets. 14 million people and bots hit the site and crashed it. And so now they don't have enough tickets for a general on sale, and people are losing their goddamn minds. Because I realize that her audience isn't all teenage girls, but the portion of it that is, they're not going to spend $300 a seat for Taylor Swift. She sold 2 million tickets Tuesday. And so Ticketmaster has to come out and go, yeah, we don't have enough tickets for the general on sale because the bots and the fans scooped them all up. So they had to cancel the on sale.
No, she's not no Michael
I mean,
Jackson.
that's something that affects your stock price, by the way, as a company. So her Loverfest tour was canceled due to the pandemic. The current tour, this isn't even kicking off until March. I was thinking she was doing dates now.
No.
This tour isn't even starting until St. Patrick's Day in Phoenix.
They asked her to do the Super Bowl, and she was like, nah, I'm busy.
Yeah, she doesn't.
Right.
Yes, she doesn't need to.
I'm busy.
Yeah, but she also hasn't toured in 4 years. So yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, no doubt she's probably the biggest artist living right now. But in comparison, I was listening to a podcast about how Michael Jackson was making problems for the United States. Like, he couldn't get away. He was so famous that he would go hide. That's why he made the song Stranger in Moscow, because he would have a decoy plane, land in another country, and people would think Michael Jackson was on this plane, and he would be in another country that maybe America had.
But that was also a different time. People did not have 24/7 access to celebrities then.
Okay.
They do now. This is not to diminish Taylor Swift. Clearly, she's in a league of her own. But saying that she couldn't do what Michael Jackson did in his time, I think might be wrong.
I just don't know if people were passing out at Taylor Swift shows. Maybe little girls because they were too hot. But no one looks at Taylor Swift and be like, ah!
Yeah, but they're still losing their minds.
Yes.
And
the passing out
the
was
passing
always
out
fake,
thing is
by the way.
always, yeah.
It was heat stroke. They were in a huge crowd of people, and it was heat stroke. They weren't passing out because it was Michael Jackson.
he's there.
They were in a huge crowd of people.
Matter of fact, I did that at House of Blues, so yeah, maybe you're right.
and that was for Fetty Wap.
No, it wasn't for Fetty Wap. It was like for a drag show. I got through the Fetty Wap show.
Fetty Wap, that poor guy, his depth perception's all off.
Oh, God, that show was awful. You want to talk about performances.
Huh.
Ugh.
Okay, speaking of performances, we're doing our Alter Ego Festival in about a month or so, January 14th. I get a couple of months. The Kia Forum in L.A. It's the Chili Peppers and Jack White and Fall Out Boy and Phoenix and a ton of great bands. It's sold out. Sells out pretty quickly, but we got trips for you. So a couple of tickets here. We'll fly you out, get you some money. This is your chance to win this afternoon, so listen closely and good luck.
Now, your chance at a trip to our 2023 iHeartRadio Alter Ego. Text the nationwide keyword FLY to the number 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's FLY to 200-200.
Now in your app store. Listen to what you want, when you want, wherever you want to. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all the music, radio, and podcasts you love.
Now it is time to give stuff away. Alan Cox is giving stuff away.
All right, have you seen the trailer for the new film Violent Night? It's David Harbour from Stranger Things, John Leguizamo, and Santa's ready to kick some ass. It's like Santa meets Die Hard. It looks funny. Violent Night is going to be in theaters everywhere on Friday, December 2nd. We are going to do an advanced screening a couple of nights prior. Tuesday, November 29th, you can see Violent Night out at Cinemark Valley View with us. So a couple of passes here for caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He's not much of a morning person, and apparently not much of an afternoon person either. The Alan Cox Show
On 100.7
WMMS.
A lot of people pointing out that Michael Jackson had a huge head start being part of the Jackson 5. A conversation we were having before the break is whether or not Poundcake's very opposed to the idea that Taylor Swift could even come within striking distance of Michael Jackson's popularity if she was around at the same time. And I was simply saying that, like, those are two, you're talking night and day with respect to how people get their music, how they interact with their fans or whatever.
It's the closest thing that I've seen since Michael Jackson, for sure.
Yes, correct.
Her popularity is
all the more impressive because of how things are now.
Right.
Right? I don't know how much. I don't listen to Taylor Swift. I can appreciate what she's doing. I assume she gets a ton of radio play, but I mean, that's not even a barrier if you don't, obviously, to that anymore. Yeah, so yeah, she's doing things that nobody else is doing. And you wonder, as impressed as you might be by it, irrespective of if you're a fan, you got to respect the moxie. Oh, yeah. But also you kind of got to wonder, how long does this happen? I mean, I think it happens or has happened longer than a lot of other people would have thought.
Well, it's
10 plus years after.
It's the fact that it just keeps building.
Yeah.
Rather than plateauing. Like it doesn't seem to plateau. She keeps adding new fans and gaining in popularity, which is what is so impressive about it.
It's getting very sexy in here, by the way.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
We're kind of playing with our lighting structures today.
Yeah, we got new lights in here and
a little pound cake back in the tree, and.
But you're so. I can't get mine to. Like
I think
a little white.
I was gonna say I think yours maybe is too close to you.
I don't know.
Because I can't put it on my monitor, which I was going to do. Because
right.
Unless we stick it. Maybe if we affix it or something.
We'll just hold it there just to see if you back it up a little bit, if I get a little less.
I mean.
Yeah, that's a little better.
Yeah.
We'll work with it. I'm also trying to learn how to actually get into the software on these cameras, because once we can do that, then we'll be able to
make ourselves super sexy.
Yeah,
we can paint ourselves to look any way we want.
Then people be like, "Oh, hey, it's actually worth watching the live stream."
Hey, look at that!
Look how good
look at the filters. You guys are so smooth, and
you got those big eyes and the weird mouth.
Yeah, you guys look like Frozen characters. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. If you want to leave us voicemails, you can. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, this is Johnny calling. Just letting you know that when I was going out to get some Thanksgiving biddles, I went out in public in my sweatpants. Oh, my God, it was wonderful. I was so comfy and cozy. You should try it sometime. Thanks.
It's great.
Will you attend Thanksgiving dinner?
I would expect nothing less from a guy referred to his dinner as Vittles, that he's out there in his sweatpants in public.
So have you figured out your Thanksgiving with the two families? Your family, after your dad's passed away, they've broken into two parts. Your brother's having a Thanksgiving and your mom's having one.
It sounds like it's going to be one Thanksgiving.
Okay, they got it together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I knew they would.
I'm glad they were able to mend those fences.
I knew it wasn't even that. I think it was just they were. My brother's like, we'll do the after party at my house, but
There you go.
right. When I knew that was when it was going to be, but my family has a habit of cluing me in at the 11th hour, and I'm like, guys, I don't live up the street. I can't just change my plans. You got to let me know ahead of time. I got to get hotel rooms, and I got to do a whole thing. So I got to get tickets for other stuff we're going to do with the little one and whatever. I did pull out a pair of sweatpants that Gwen had gotten me a while ago. She got me these baggy tie-dye sweatpants. She probably got them for like $2 or something, right? And I go, I'm going to wear those after I get my vasectomy. So last weekend, when I was out on Friday getting snipped, and then I was expected to just lay around all weekend, which I did for the most part. We went out Saturday night, but other than that, I was laying around watching TV. And I had those sweatpants on all weekend long because they give you a jock strap.
Oh, yeah.
Because you got to keep your...
That's Poundcake's favorite.
Yeah! You got to keep your stuff high and tight after this procedure. They don't want them hanging.
Dangling.
Right. So they
dangling.
So they give you, and I had to dig to see if I had any briefs. I wear boxer briefs, and I was like, I don't, because she goes, wear the jock strap if you have. I don't have tidy whities, but I did find a couple of novelty pairs of briefs that Gwen had gotten me years ago too. So I go, okay, I'll just rotate these. I'll wear them over the jock strap, and then I'll put on the sweatpants, which is how I spent last weekend in these baggy tie-dye sweatpants. And I felt like a scumbag in my own home in those.
You are so weird.
We have a massive...
You're home and you feel weird.
In the hallway outside one of the bathrooms, we have this massive mirror, and I would see myself, and I would stand there. And granted, I have been laying around all weekend, so it's like my hair's a mess, I'm just wearing a T-shirt, and I'm wearing these baggy sweatpants. And I'm looking at myself going, this is how some people go out in public.
Yeah, and it's great.
And I don't care how
freed of those
whatever
constraints that you're putting on yourself because
people
you're
act
worried
like
about how you look.
People act like they're physical chains that are on them when they say constraints. Constraints.
These societal constraints.
It's not a constraint.
Free yourself. Live your life.
You know what's a constraint? Is tying yourself to being slovenly. That's a constraint.
No, it's freedom.
I'm
bro.
not going to put on a different pair of pants because I'm already comfortable.
It's freedom.
What?
Once you let go of these societal requirements that you've created in your own brain, you will be free.
No.
And not until then.
No. I'm happy.
Part of the 4 agreements.
Very, very happy. So you might have been able to maybe convince me otherwise. But after looking at myself in those sweatpants, I was like, you got to be kidding me. I'm in my own house, and this is awful. Awful. So, yeah, while you're out getting your vittles, listen, you do you, man. I get it. The worst thing anybody can be now is uncomfortable. Everybody's comfortabling themselves to death. So, yes, by all means. But I wasn't going to spend the weekend seeing how much my testicles could withstand. I needed to keep them high and tight. So I wore that all weekend long, and then I tossed the strap in the garbage. And then Tuesday, I think I switched back into the boxer briefs. So things are coming, they're moving at a proper pace.
Also,
yes.
Speaking of briefs,
yes,
I also knew I was losing weight because there was a pair of briefs that I love to wear. Those are some of my F me draws. Like I only put them on.
Like briefs, like tidy whites?
Yeah, but they showcase everything. It shows my package. It pushes.
You know, boxer briefs showcase your package.
But these ones, okay,
he likes
I'm
them?
a gay man, and the tighter the better, and they push up my butt just so. And I saw those in the back of my dresser, and I haven't worn them in like, I don't know, 3 years, since like 2019, since Pride. And I looked at them, I was like, do you dare? I was like,
Do you dare?
It was like the light was flickering and the wind was blowing. I was like, do you dare? And I grabbed them. I was like, oh, okay, I'll try them on. And then I dropped everything. I put them on. I was like, oh, they're magical. They fit. And it was just like, all right, I'm not going back to being fat again. This is awesome. My briefs, like they fit. So that was just a moment.
Alan, you could really dress up those baggy sweatpants with some Reeboks with the strap. Yes.
I can send you a link.
Give that big booty a slap is what I'm going to do. Alan at the store in sweatpants. I smell polar blast punishment.
Alan has to.
That's
polar blast
not
punishment. Alan has to wear sweatpants everywhere he goes for a year.
A year? Yeah. That's not a punishment for a lot of people, by the way, but it would be for me. Right. A year. Oh. Alan, I like you, and I've been pretty much listening since day one in Cleveland, but Bill is right. You're a weird dude. Listen,
And I'm a weird dude.
I would argue
And
if
I
I
think you're
could.
weird.
You're right. I mean, yes, I have a lot of unpopular opinions, but they are mine, and it's how I feel. By the way, what do I care what you think if you've been pretty much listening since day one, all right? I want every single day since December 16th, 2009. Every day, pretty much. Fair weather friend. You have some really weird effing views. Okay, weird to you, but right as rain to me. And I'm not telling you I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying, no thanks. You want to go to the Walmart and find me in a place that huge? I'll be the guy not wearing sweatpants. Just point your eyes down, and in a sea of sweatpants, you're going to see jeans and palladiums, and that's how you know you found AC.
See of sweatpants. AC wears jeans.
That's right. Me and Brett Favre in Wranglers.
Got the U shape so it doesn't cut your nuts. Down where your nuts hang.
Down where your nuts hang. I need you to cut them a little bit wider. And
What me some real lightweight slacks. Make these.
Now, he didn't say sweatpants. I want you to cut me some sweatpants. Yes.
Y'all made me some real lightweight slacks. Make these a half-inch bigger in the waist. Make the pockets at least an inch longer. My money and my knife and everything fall out. Wait just a minute. Now, another thing, the crotch down where your nuts hang is always a little too tight because they cut me under there. Let's see if you can't leave me about an inch from where the zipper ends around under my.
Who was he talking to?
Bunghole.
He was talking to his tailor, the White House tailor.
But it was no, it was like a specific brand.
Oh, I don't know.
I think it was a brand.
LBJ.
I want to say it was like, oh, man.
Because he was a president. He's like, hey, I want a bunch of these pants. Is that what it was? Hagar? Order some Hagar pants.
Yeah. Okay. How have they not used that as their commercial forever?
Yeah, I don't know.
Hagar, we won't cut you down where your nuts hang. Thanks to President Johnson.
That makes clothes? Yes, sir. We're all together.
Let me give you this money and I'll play the whole, because I just take that clip, but it's a long call. Chance to go fund yourself. Listen, right here. $1,000. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword deposit at WMMS.com. That's deposit. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Some real lightweight slacks he just made up on his own, sent to me 3 or 4 months ago. It's
Now, I don't know, by the way, I've never heard this whole thing. I don't know if they're expletives. He was a Texas boy after all. He was a pride of Stonewall. So I'll dump it if he does, but.
Kind of a light brown and a light green, rather soft green and soft brown. And they're real lightweight. Now, I need about 6 pairs for summer wear. I want a couple, maybe 3 of the light brown, kind of a almost powder color, like powder on a lady's face. Then there was some green, and then maybe some other light pair if you had a blue in that. Or
imagine if you could just pick up the phone, call the CEO of any company, and go, Hey, could you
make me these exact pants?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You call the head of Nike
And I go,
hey, get those kids working double time.
Yeah.
Make me some Jordan 4s.
I need some
or whatever.
size 13s.
Right.
Pronto.
Didn't the new Jordans drop today or something?
There's a special one, the Amanier. It's like a designer collaboration.
Okay.
Those 4s came out today. I did not get them. And then Saturday, the Lost and Found Chicago 1s, which is like the iconic red Jordan 1.
Yeah.
Those come out, and I'm hoping to get those. There's a lot of stock, so it shouldn't be too hard to grab those.
Or black. I'd have one blue and one black. I need about 6 pairs to wear around in the evening when I come in from work. And I need they're about a half an inch too tight in the waist.
Do you recall the exact size? I just wanted to be sure we get them right for you.
No, I don't know. You all just guessed at them. I think so, but wouldn't you have the measurements there?
We'll find them for you.
Hello?
Hello.
Now, the pockets, when you sit down in a chair, the knife and your money comes out, so I needed at least another inch in the pockets. Yeah. Now, another thing, the crotch down where your nuts hang.
I like how he specified that to a guy who makes pants for a living.
Right.
You know the crotch where your crotch, sir?
Crotch, what are you talking about?
Crotch, where your nuts hang.
Oh,
crotch.
the crotch. where
I
your
thought you
nuts
meant of a
hang.
tree.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. There are no nuts on a tree. Oh, maybe there are.
Sometimes.
There are tree nuts.
Mm-hmm.
It's always a little too tight. So when you make them up, give me an inch that I can let out there because they cut me. They're just like riding a wire fence. These are almost the best.
It's like riding a wire fence back in Stonewall when I was a little boy.
That's hilarious.
Anywhere in the United States. But when I gain a little weight, they cut me under there. So leave me, you never do have much margin there. Let's see if you can't leave me about an inch from where the zipper ends, round under my, back to my bunghole. All right, then. So I can let it out there if I need to.
So, all right, let me take notes here. The presidential bunghole will be, it'll be fine. I'll get those for you.
You know what? Wouldn't cut him down where his nuts hang? Or where he wouldn't have to add an extra half inch in the waist? Sweatpants. That's what he wanted.
I'm gonna need when
what
I
he
gain a
wanted
little
was
weight.
sweatpants.
Well, he's the president of the United States.
Yeah, but he also
leader of the free world,
he
not the
also
leader of the free ball.
Talks about his nuts getting cut and a bunghole, and he's talking about a carrot. He's not a fancy man.
Money and a knife.
Yeah.
You can take me, but you cannot take my bunghole.
Now, be sure you got the best zippers in them. These are good that I have. And if you get those to me, I would sure be grateful.
Where would you like to send, please?
White House.
The White House.
Where would you like them sent? White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Do you imagine if he called and the guy the whole time didn't know he was talking to the president?
Right.
What's your delivery address? 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Is that Delaware? Where? Washington, District of Columbia.
Care of who?
My name is Lyndon. I'll spell that for you because there's a Y in there. It's a little tricky. You know what? Just put it attention bunghole and it'll come right to me.
You can take me, but you cannot take my bunghole.
Yeah. So the scrotum service will pick it right up from you. It'll be fine.
I don't guess there's any chance of getting a very lightweight shirt, sports shirt, to go with that slack, is there? That same color?
Now the sleeves, down where my nuts hang on the shirts, I have arm nuts. Did I tell you that? That's why I always wear long sleeve shirts. You'll never see me in a polo top, son. The goddamn president. I gotta take a break. You want to text 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch if you like. It's looking sexy in here. And listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Drive, Ohio.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Yeah, some Static X on the Buzzard. These guys postponed their tour by exactly 1 year. I'll have tickets for you next week. I don't know if Mushroom Head's going out with Static X. I heard that was a rumor. But the Static X Rise of the Machine tour is going to be March 26th at the House of Blues. I think a year to the day they're coming back to Cleveland. So I will have those tickets for you next week. I will also have 4-packs for you to see Jurassic Park with the Cleveland Orchestra, which is always cool. That is next July at Blossom. Boy, they're giving you plenty of time to get on these. Now. Yeah. But tickets for the entire 2023 Blossom Music Festival series are on sale now. So maybe stocking stuff or whatever. There's a reason they do that. And then tickets next week for the WWE Live Holiday Tour. That's a few days after Christmas at the Romo Fijo. So that is next week on the show. Oh, Terry the Goat. I forgot to do it last segment. I have her week 11 picks.
Yeah.
Football all the way. Football all the way. Yeah, I wouldn't say. Football all the way. Football all the way. Football all the way. Yeah, I wouldn't say. Football all the way.
All right, we get the video from Al Marcinek on Wednesdays. He's our bureau chief in Carlton, Pennsylvania, and he runs Marcinek Farms. And Terry is one of his goats.
All right, so there's been some people that go, oh, I'm not really into football. I don't care about the Terry picks. It's kind of lame. So after each pick that Terry makes, I'm going to either, just to bring them in, yeah, maybe you don't like football, but you'll like my response to the picks. So
You like a yeah or an A?
Yeah.
All right. These picks are already posted for you at the Alan Cox Show Facebook page. Okay, here are Terry's picks for Week 11. There are 10 games, including tonight, Monday, and the Browns game, which is now in Detroit. They're going to play Ford Field. She picks the Green Bay Packers over the Tennessee Titans tonight.
Oh, yeah. I like that pick.
All right. That's your thumbs up.
That's my thumbs up.
She picks the Carolina Panthers over the Baltimore Ravens. She picks the Indianapolis Colts over the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, the bloom is off the rose. They've been beaten once now. She picks the New York Jets over the Patriots.
Oh, yeah.
This is making me uncomfortable. She picks the Rams over the Saints. She didn't. Oh, she did pick your Chargers.
Oh, yeah.
The game, rather. Lions over the Giants.
Is this making it more enjoyable?
It's fantastic. It's great.
Beautiful?
Yeah, I think it's going to bring people in.
Yeah.
I think all that was missing was your response to these games. So I think that's a
true
good
bit
thing.
now,
yeah, I like it. She picked the Kansas City Chiefs over your LA Chargers.
I almost yeah that one because it's kind of a good pick, but they're my Chargers. I got to, back them. I got to bolt up.
Bolt up. She picks the Bengals over the Steelers.
Oh, yeah.
She picks the Cardinals of Arizona. This is Monday Night Football. She picks the Cardinals over the 49ers. Poundcake's San Francisco 49ers. Okay. And then last but not least, Bills, Browns. They're supposed to get something like 6 feet of snow in Buffalo, so they moved the game to Ford Field, so it's going to get played in Detroit. She picks the Buffalo Bills over the Cleveland Browns.
Oh, yeah.
Football all the way.
Well,
Football all
know, maybe I'll just do Terry's picks online only. Now, I will just post them on the Alan Cox Show Facebook page, and we'll just be done with it. I don't want to waste anyone's time. You
don't think that added to the segment?
It added to the segment. You can go to the Alan Cox Show Facebook page, see them listed there. Also, if you already haven't seen the video of the fight that took place this morning right here in front of our window, that's there for you as well. I think it's already gotten like 13,000 views or something. So
I posted it with Cleveland Rocks on my YouTube page, and it's got 15,000 there. It's probably got 20,000, I think, on our Alan Cox Show Facebook page.
Here, if you're watching the live stream and you haven't seen it yet, I'll show it to you right now. Here we go. Wait, hold on. Oh, there it is. Drops his Labatt beer in between two cars.
No real sound on
this.
Yeah.
There's not much to it. You can hear the squad car at the very end.
Mm-hmm. But it's fun. It's a good visual.
Yeah, because I was here in the studio. But anyway, there you go. There's the fight that happened out here this morning. So anyway, thank you to Terry the Goat. You know what I am avoiding, by the way? I saw Stephen Colbert's production company. Huh? No. Stephen Colbert's production company is airing something tonight over there on CBS, and he's hosting it. It's called Pickled. Because everybody's trying to convince me that pickleball is this amazing thing. It's just tiny tennis. And they're doing a thing, it's like a celebrity pickleball thing tonight called Pickled. And Stephen Colbert, I think, is the host, and they've got like Paul Scheer and his wife. And, people who are kind of the moment. And I guess because everybody's talking about pickleball. And so it's going to air tonight. I think LeBron invested in some dumb pickleball league or something.
A lot of celebrities did.
I don't get it.
I talked about it
game's
on my...
been around for 50 years, and people are now like, here, I'll show you some of this if you're watching the live stream here. There's Luis Guzman.
Funny or Die called us and said, hey, would you guys want to partner to do a charity pickleball tournament with celebrities? And I said, yeah, let's do it.
Pickleball is life. If you have not played pickleball yet, pickleball is life.
We have been...
Pickleball is life, according to, what's her name? Not Emma Thompson. Emma Watson played Hermione Granger. Right?
Have you ever played pickleball?
No.
I think you can.
And as a matter of principle, I'm not getting into pickleball.
I think you should
I'm tired of people telling me how amazing pickleball is. It's been around for 50 years. You didn't even know it was a thing until 2 years ago. Until everybody started talking about it. No, on principle alone, I'm not going to play pickleball.
What's the principle?
I saw
What? Because people enjoy it?
Because everybody else is trying to tell me I need to be playing pickleball. No, I don't.
Seems like a fun little thing to do.
Stop. Doctors are seeing pickleball injuries rise. That's the only silver lining that I can see, is that more and more people are getting hurt from it. It's like old person's low-impact tiny tennis, but it's the fastest growing sport in the United States because it doesn't require that much of you. That's why people like it. This is like for people who, I don't know, wear sweatpants to the grocery store.
Yes, true Americans.
Jackie Montemarano in Staten Island plays 6 times a week. She said, but it does come with unwanted side effects. My knees are swollen. Well, that sounds great. Fantastic.
Doesn't sound like it's that low impact after all.
I think she's probably 75 years old, too, so maybe don't do that. She had to have the fluid drained from her knee. Listen, I'm all for old people like getting out there and doing stuff. You do need to get yourself flexible and active and all that. But, man, enough with the pickleball. Because I'm telling you, this time next year, nobody's going to be talking about pickleball.
See, and it just goes to show that old ladies aren't necessarily dried up. It's just not in the place that they need it.
Oh, their knees are super wet. The right amount of wet is right there around their knees.
Like, I don't want it in my knees.
Yeah.
In the middle.
That's right. Sarah says, I don't know whether to be disturbed or turned on by Bill sounding like one of my ex-boyfriends.
You can be both. And you probably are both.
Well, and such is life, right? I mean, that's really part of the human condition, is to find yourself repulsed and attracted at the same time.
It's called nuance.
Alan, I'm not sure which teams Bill liked or didn't, but I have wood now.
I'm just adding a little extra layer to the Terry segment.
Yeah. Mike from Parma wants to know if we'll be able to bet on AC bum fights at the casino next year. That's the thing. I don't think these guys were bums.
No, I don't think they were either.
I don't think they were homeless guys. There were two guys who got into an altercation, and one of them just happened to have a case of beer at 11 in the morning. So this guy
he wasn't drinking the beers. He was just carrying them,
that's
right?
right.
Yeah.
When he parties, he parties. Alan, you're really living up to that Captain Fun nickname. With great power comes great responsibility. I can't just be fun willy-nilly in every direction. There have to be structure to it.
Okay.
Or the name means nothing. The reason everybody calls me Captain Fun is because I have a pretty good sense of those things.
What should we be playing? If we can't play pickleball.
High lie.
You know how dangerous.
It's your own pelota. I didn't say it wasn't dangerous, but you're not going to impress me playing some low impact, like you're standing on a ping pong table game.
But what's wrong with that? With a fun
nothing
game that everyone can participate in.
You're not going to get me to do it.
You play shuffleboard, and that's low impact.
I played it one time. There's nothing I'm going to get addicted to.
No one's trying to get you addicted. Just want to play some pickleball with their friends.
Pickleball has replaced shuffleboard as the game for seniors. See, that's why I do. But this is my point.
Mary has a very funny clip.
Pickleball is nothing new for old people. The game itself has been around for a long time. It's this trying to get other people into it. I don't know. It's very...
People are getting
There's something very opportunistic about it. There's something... Because nobody cared about it until LeBron and Tom Brady invested in some dumb made-up league, and now they're going to be shoving it down everybody's throats. No, thank you. I probably shouldn't do that because some pickleball place might come along and want me to do endorsements.
Yeah, right? You gotta be neutral on this stuff.
But this is the genius of my madness, is I go, hey, it's Alan. I got to tell you, a year ago, I thought pickleball was so stupid. But then I went to Jim's Pickleball Palace, and boy, was I wrong. That's right.
Jim's Pickleball.
Jim's Pickleball Palace.
It's going to be like the betting apps. We're all going to have a pickleball endorsement.
That's right.
Hey, it's Bill here for Pete's Pickleball Emporium, and boy, you don't want to.
No.
There's other competitors out there. I was on board with the pickleball thing from the jump. I'm not some Johnny come lately to pickleball. I was like, you know what? It's low impact. It's fun. I can play with everyone, and I love it. You got to get down to Pete's Pickleball Emporium.
Yeah. Hey, it's Alan for Jim's Pickleball Arena. Listen, I'll tell you, you know why they call me Captain Fun?
Pickleball Palace.
Pickleball Palace. They changed it. New ownership. Yeah, under new management. You know why they call me Captain Fun? Because I know when I'm wrong. And boy, was I wrong about how dumb pickleball is. So as they say out of Jim's Palace, come on out and hashtag tickle your pickle.
Hey, it's Bill for Pete's Pickleball Emporium.
Yeah.
And we're closing the doors because Poundcake came to play, and he didn't understand that the pickle is not supposed to be your pickle. So he'd like to apologize right now. So Poundcake, I'm going to hand the floor over to you for you to apologize for taking your pickle out at Pete's Pickleball Emporium.
Sorry for taking my pickle out. Sorry for taking my pickle out. I didn't mean to. But
in your defense, there was no sign saying you couldn't.
But if anyone else wants to take their pickle out, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Man, this is why you're going to get canceled.
Oh, sure. Now they're going to try and cancel me.
All right, now. Yeah.
After 7 years.
Because you keep taking your pickle out and telling other people to take their pickles out.
No, I'll put mine in if they take theirs out. There's got to be some
I'll
pickle
put
out.
mine in if they take it out.
Hey, you want me to put this thing away? Take yours out.
See? Clearly, you want me to put it
You know
away
how
now.
nice people usually get when they take their legs? Well, this time you can take your pickle, and Poundcake will get really nice. So anyway, coming to downtown Cleveland, January 2023, the Alan Cox Show Bum Fight Pickleball Palace Emporium.
Got to get it in at the ground floor.
That's right.
Plenty of real estate down here to do it. Well, we can do it over in Public Square, and you can, if the fights aren't good enough, you can pick up all the rats and throw them at the pickleball players to spice things up a little bit.
Yeah. Alan, Real Sports with Bryant Gumbel did a segment on pickleball. The Picklers are taking over community basketball courts, tennis courts, and turning them into pickleball courts. The balls are very loud. How you feel about that? The balls are very loud.
Come to Pete's Pickleball Emporium. The balls are loud.
Hey, it's Alan for Jim's Pickleball Arena. We got the loudest balls in Northeast Ohio. If you like your pickle quiet and your balls very loud, the paddles are allowed and the players scream and yell and disturb all the neighbors.
Like
one neighbor took them to court. Good pun. Judy Gold is mad because I love Judy because they have pickleball courts next to her home. Yeah, well, that's New York. You live in New York.
Happy birthday. She just,
yeah.
I think it was yesterday. She turned 60.
Yeah. They can put anything next to you there. 60 years young. Yeah, on Tuesday. So, yeah. Well, listen, I think people should do whatever they want to do. As always, that's what I say. But come on, man. People are talking about it because LeBron's telling them he needs them to talk about it. Why don't you focus on basketball since you guys stink? The Lakers aren't. Maybe switch the Lakers to a pickleball team. Maybe things will get better for you. After Hours line is always available for you, too, if you want to leave me pickleball messages there. 216-578-1007. No, not, what's the number?
No.
It's 986.
There you go.
8903. Boy, we have a lot of phone numbers around here.
Hey, Alan, podcast listener. Hey, I gotta defend Poundcake here a little bit. You know, I think if someone called Biden's crackhead son a crackhead who loves to smoke crackety crack and all the things you love to say about Whitney Houston, I'm pretty sure you would find a way to put a more lighter spin on that or take a little bit of umbrage to that. But maybe I'm wrong.
I agree.
Love the show.
Yeah, you are wrong. What the hell does that have to do? Biden. See, MAGA dopes get moist in the shorts for anything Trump does, and they think that we're the same for Biden, but we're not.
So call Hunter Biden a crackhead.
Because it's not. He's a crackhead. He's a recovering crackhead. Yes. What do I care about Joe Biden's kid? We're not flying flags with Biden's name on it. It's not a cult. He's also not in the Rock Hall. So I don't care what Joe Biden's kid does. I hope he's getting better. But yes, he seemed to really enjoy crack, like Whitney Houston, who loved it so much she drowned in a bathtub. And for her troubles, is now enshrined in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
She deserves to be there. She needs a bigger shrine.
How about the Whitney Houston Memorial Whitney Houston Memorial Pickleball Court? I like to envision her, by the way, in a tub like in Blazing Saddles. You know, like where it's one of those old aluminum tubs where your legs, your legs have to be
no, not
over
the clawfoot.
No, where like an old aluminum tub where your legs had to be over the side and it was all covered in bubbles and
what do they call those?
Like a hog tub.
Yeah, hog tub. Yeah.
Okay, let me break here. You want to get the last word in? Shoot me a text 35192. We got Cavs basketball. Is that tonight or tomorrow night? My head's exploding, so I don't know. Oh, Cavs are playing tomorrow night. So you get the Corey Roddick experience on the way at 6:30. But there will be another chance for you to grab some money. So another keyword coming to grab you $1,000 and go fund yourself.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever.